2028, just 5 months before the president set to leave office, when the administration says the whole thing's going to be finished.
All right, we got a dark screen there. We'll see what happens in a minute. Give me a moment. See if we can get everything else up. Good evening, Kimmo and Lord. Is that say Lord Canty? And thank you, OG Reload. Still love that name. Lord Canty, good evening as well. Okay, so give me a minute. And I suppose you guys got good audio, so thank you very much. Okay. Almost here. Let me ask a simple question. How do you think America looks to the rest of the world? How are we looking to the world so far? You think we're looking like a bastion of success, or what are we looking like to the rest of the world? We're going to talk about all of that. It's going to be somewhat of an open forum. I do got a variety of topics, but it's going to be certainly one of those deals where the show can go in any direction, because I want to get you folks' opinion on a few things. But give me a minute and we'll be up in a moment. What does that say? As the other platform, we're going to be on Instagram, Substack, TikTok, and Clapper. Actually, we're going to be trying to go on the Purple app soon. Some of you guys may know what the Purple app is. I won't say it right now. And I don't like to censor words and things like that on TikTok, but apparently folks are saying the Purple app as opposed to saying what it actually is, because apparently there's some kind of censorship on TikTok if you say what the Purple app is. But we are going to be going to that app soon. It's called just Google what is the Purple app, and you'll know what we're talking about. But right now we're going to be on Instagram, Substack, TikTok, Clapper, and YouTube. So that's where we're at. And good evening, folks. Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Happy Thursday to all you folks. Today's show is going to be going in a variety of directions, but as always, I do have topics as well. But like I said, this is one of those shows where you can direct it as well with your own questions, in fact, as well. So give me a minute to make sure I got all my platforms operating right. So what we're going to be talking about is the simple question I'm going to pose to you folks. How do you think we're looking to the rest of the world? You know, the whole notion was that under Biden, the world didn't respect us. We were a laughing stock, military dilapidated. Do you believe that has improved under President Trump? Do you believe the world is looking at us in a more respectful manner under Trump? Because that was the claim that, you know, America was no longer being respected under Biden. So now that we got Trump, do you believe he has corrected that? I'd be curious to know your answers on that. So what we're going to get into, and before I even get into some of the topics, I do want to, what day did I say it was? Today's Wednesday. What day did I say it was? Happy Wednesday. What day did I say? Did I say Monday? Okay, let me know. Because now that you pointed out Wednesday, I'm pretty sure it sound like I gave the wrong day. Yes, because he's not letting countries take advantage of us. I'd be curious to know who Thursday. Oh, I said Thursday. Okay, well, it's almost Thursday. Who is taking advantage of? Somebody in the comments is saying, yes, we're more respected now under Trump than Biden because Trump is no longer letting countries take advantage of us. I'm curious, what country was taking advantage of America under Biden or Obama or Bush, et cetera, and how were they doing it? What country was taking advantage of America and in what way? I mean, we've been a superpower under all of those presidents. We've been one of the wealthiest countries under all of those presidents. We've had more influence in NATO and world affairs under all of those presidents. So who was taking advantage of us and how? Now in the comments, Mr. Bree says our tax dollars going everywhere. I suppose that argument could be made depending on whether or not you. I mean, everybody has their own opinion of where they want their tax dollars to go. A lot of folks did not want weapons going to the Ukraine, for instance. That's a waste of our tax dollars, as some would say. Okay, what about Israel? Do you favor your tax dollars instead going to Israel versus the Ukraine? The Ukraine's fighting a self-defense operation. Israel's all about offense now. Are you happier now that under Trump, less money's going to the Ukraine and more is going to Israel? So when you say our tax dollars, everybody got their own opinion of what they want their tax dollars, where they want their tax dollars to go. USAID, a lot of tax money going to USAID. That was very unpopular to the Republican Party and folks on the right. Okay, so we stopped sending money to USAID, and Trump is now taking a lot of that money for his own personal pet projects, and the right is suddenly okay with that. So it depends on where you want your money going. I'm going to just tell you myself personally, I would certainly rather my money go to some sick or dying kids in Africa or in the Middle East somewhere than to refurbish a jet for President Trump. That's unnecessary. I mean, $400 million on that jet could feed a whole lot of kids for a long time. When we're only sending them shit like flour and wheat and rice, you realize how much of that you could buy with $400 million? That's just what he spent on the jet. We're not talking the ballroom and his arch and putting his name on the Kennedy Memorial. So when we talk about, we don't want our tax money going somewhere, everybody has their own opinion of that. But that's what has happened is we've stopped sending our tax money overseas. And President Trump has started kind of living a more lavish lifestyle with a lot of it himself. Maybe that makes some folks feel better as opposed to going in a manner towards socialism. Let's get rid of socialism and get rid of all these entitlements. I'd rather get the money to Trump. Let him do what he wants to do it. Some folks feel that way because Trump's quality of life is significantly improved. And we've cut those projects for the poor and overseas stuff. We've cut that and we've kind of just given the money to Trump. Anyway, looking in the comments, I'm thinking he's about to bankrupt the country, says Big Dog. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. The old Air Force One needed replaced. No, it did not. The old Air Force One is not in such a dilapidated state that it has to be replaced right now. And by the way, President Trump has already ordered a replacement of the Air Force One during his first term. There is another Air Force One being made, but the one that currently exists was more than sufficient to fly President Trump around for the next couple of years. In fact, keep in mind, folks, the only thing about Air Force One is the way it looks. Maybe you want something that looks more modern, but you got to assume every single piece and part on Air Force One has been replaced. They're not flying with shit that's on there since it was built in the 80s or 90s. Everything on that plane has been replaced. You could be driving around in a Model T and it still drives you fine if you got mechanics that have access to every part of that vehicle. You could drive a Model T infinitely. If you have good mechanics on hand that'll work 24 hours a day, and they have every piece you'll ever need for that car. So it's not like Air Force One had to be replaced. And that's just a luxury that Trump wanted. And I can't believe people are in the comments echoing that. Well, it has to be replaced. Okay. All right. Anyway, looking in the comments. Yeah, you got engineers and everything. Everything on Air Force One. They've updated, back when it was built during the Reagan era, whenever the hell it was built, they didn't have GPS. They have that on there now. They have all sorts of radar and things that didn't. I mean, it's been updated constantly. It ain't like that plane absolutely had to be replaced right now. That's just a luxury item that President Trump wanted to do. Anyway, getting into the show, as always, I do want to play a couple clips for you.
And we are getting a lot of oil out. But the other thing that's happened is people have found other.
Okay, I do have a couple of clips for you. I don't know why my computer started already, but it wants to talk, and that is President Trump. I got a couple other clips though. And before we get into the Trump stuff, and tap the screen, get us up to 10,000. We take the first caller at 10K. I want you to hear a couple of issues. First of all, I'm gonna play a clip that has nothing to do with politics, but because I posted this on a couple of my social media platforms, I got hammered and took a lot of criticism for this. So I do want to get your opinion and tell me, am I really wrong for this? Because somebody told me I'm attacking Christianity.
Why you don't go to church with me?
Because religion was made by powerful white men. It don't make sense.
Like what?
Like why God let kids die of cancer, or evil people get away with murder, and how he let black people be slaves for 400 years.
Free will. They'll eventually be punished.
When? Because all I see is rich, powerful men live until they're old and gray, then die peacefully.
Satan. They burn in eternal hell for their sins.
So God allows people to get away with terrible shit, and we gotta wait for Satan to punish them? Wouldn't that make Satan the good guy? See, powerful white men made that shit up, babe.
Is that an attack on Christianity? Just a real quick clip. I saw this on social media and reposted it. And somebody told me by posting that I'm attacking. In fact, I had a few people. Is that video an attack on Christianity? Because it was, I had a bunch of folks that really hammered me for that. Folks are sending me clips showing that the white man didn't create religion and all of that stuff. I mean, I really got a lot of pushback on that. And so but I thought it was interesting. I really thought it was interesting. I just want to, I see a couple of folks that play it again on a couple of the platforms. It's less than about 30 seconds.
Babe, why you don't go to church with me?
Because religion was made by powerful white men. It don't make sense.
Like what?
Like why God let kids die of cancer, or evil people get away with murder, and how he let black people be slaves for 400 years.
Free will. They'll eventually be punished.
When? Because all I see is rich, powerful men live until they're old and gray, then die peacefully.
Satan. They burn in eternal hell for their sins.
So God allows people to get away with terrible shit, and we gotta wait for Satan to punish them? Wouldn't that make Satan the good guy? See, powerful white men made that shit up, babe.
And obviously this is an animation, but the animated version, the facial expressions actually fitted pretty good. You see the girl there is like, what the fuck did he just say? And I think it's the whole notion of him saying, wouldn't that make Satan the good guy? That it is not sitting well with a lot of my viewers, but it is what it is. I certainly would like to hear from, and I see some of you folks in the comments are saying he's not wrong, and I agree with him. Wow. But I did get hammered for this. I did get hammered by a lot of my viewers that suggesting I was attacking Christianity and all that. Before we get into it, I do want to play one more. And thank you, Hanson Conservative says, there once was a man with a heart whose show went very far on TikTok and Clapper. His show did... I'm trying to read this without my glasses on. Let me put my shit on. His show did matter indeed. The handsome liberal went very far. Support your local liberal. Handsome Conservative, thank you for your love, your support. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Now, this other clip, appreciate that, Handsome Conservative. This other clip is not as controversial, but I do want to run it by you. This is Officer Tatum. I think a lot of my conservatives, my beloved MAGA, you guys are all familiar with who Officer Tatum is. Officer Tatum, I guess he tried to play the role of Charlie Kirk, the late Charlie Kirk. He got involved in a debate. I don't know if it went very well, but what say you?
What's your next example of Trump being a racist?
When he reposted the Obamas as monkeys.
Now, he did not, he already said that he did not post that. It was somebody on his staff, and the post wasn't even about that. That was a
Bro,
real.
it was
that was
on
a real.
his
That was a real.
account.
And then when it came out, he denounced it. He said it was wrong.
It was on his account already.
One of the
How
staffers posted it.
Why would one of his staffers even have that? Even if it wasn't
You're
him,
making the
why
post
would
sound
he
like
not
the post was
post it?
about that. It was a meme created by somebody else. And
Are
at the
you
end of
really
the post-
depicting black people as monkeys? Like, that's crazy.
And Hillary
That's
Clinton,
crazy.
and Hillary Clinton was
Oh, and now you're
a
gonna point
pig,
it-
and it was all kind of people depicted as animals. It
Yeah.
wasn't just about Barack Obama. Did Donald Trump
Has
make the video?
any other president done that
Did Donald
ever?
Trump make the video?
Has any other president done
No,
that
no,
ever?
you're blaming him. Did Donald Trump make the video?
I don't know if he made it, but
No,
it
he
doesn't
did
matter.
not.
It's about
Did
what
he
he
denounce?
posts.
Did he denounce what that represented?
If I posted something that said kill all of X people, that's
So-
what I
no, no,
believe,
no, it's-
right?
that's not true.
Even
Somebody-
if I didn't type it out,
That's not
and
true.
Put it in Canva
If-
and then post
if
it.
somebody
it's
posted
still what I believe.
If somebody posted some offensive on your account and you denounce it, is that a fair statement to say you don't believe in that?
No, I don't think that's true. I would like to be held accountable. If somebody,
he said he didn't believe
if I
it.
hired someone to post on my behalf and they posted racist statements,
And you said
that would be on me.
What's your next?
Now you hear now they're debating over the post. We talked about this at length. We had about 3 or 4 lives on this when the clip of the Obamas like apes appeared on Trump's Truth Social account. You hear Officer Tatum stating that President Trump did not post it and he denounced it. I'm going to be honest with you. I covered this in length with a lot of you folks on here, and I don't recall Trump denouncing this. I don't. If I'm sitting in front of Officer Tatum, my first question is, denounced it in what manner? I do not recall President Trump denouncing this. I do recall him denying that he posted it and it came from a staffer. The staffer was never named, and there was no mention of the staffer being disciplined in any way. We were just told some other individual posted it to his account and he didn't do it, which the woman in this video asked a legit question. Why is your staffer even doing this? And he started deflecting back to Hillary Clinton was on there as other animals and shit like that. I don't know, but I don't recall Trump ever denouncing this at all. But, you know, you hear him saying this whole post is Tatum stating that Trump has never done anything racist. Go figure. We'll end up getting into that. So getting into the meat and potatoes of the show and tap the screen, I recall Trump laughing about it, says JG. I recall a whole lot of MAGA laughing about it because we talked about it. We had it on the screen behind us. MAGA thought it was hilarious, but I don't recall Trump really denouncing anything that came from his account, because we covered also him post his account featuring a video of people yelling white power. I featured a video here of his account posting pictures of this allegation that 80% of white homicides are committed by blacks. That came, I mean, there's a lot of things that have come from his account. I don't recall him apologizing or denouncing any of it. So what Officer Tatum is saying, and somebody mentions the Jesus photo, yeah, him portraying himself as a physician that looked an awful lot like Jesus. Another photo of him posted as a pope, dumping shit on protesters, Biden hog-tied in the trunk of a car. I mean, his account has featured a whole lot of stuff. I don't recall him actually denouncing any of that stuff. So what Tatum is saying is kind of shocking to me. And like I said, everything I just mentioned, we've covered all of those things coming out of his account. We've covered all of that stuff. Anyway, so I'm going to get into the show, and we'll end up playing the other clips I got to talk about. But I do want to roll the show on. You guys have certainly been, I appreciate you tapping the screen. We're over to 10,000. In the comments, Michael Jordan from the dollar store. What are you saying? And I see somebody say the election was stolen. Show me some evidence. You got me on your side. I haven't seen the evidence of the election being stolen. But we'll go straight to the one and only Mike, the boss. Good evening, Mike. Officer Tatum says the man denounced it. What say you?
Man, first of all, he ain't nothing but a TSS, a TSC. So you can't really take what he's saying.
Wait a minute. I need some acronyms. TSS, TSA. What is that? The Transportation Safety Administration? What does those acronyms stand for?
That's Top Shelf Sambo or Top Shelf Coon. That's all. It's either you pick one. You can have either one. You pick one. Top Shelf Sambo, Top Shelf Coon.
Okay.
Either way.
And for my audience at home that may have no clue what you're referring to say someone is a symbol or a coon, could you elaborate a little bit more in detail? Because yours truly, I have heard that synonym being used on me. So could you please explain?
I know, it is not the same, and I've always pushed back on that because there's levels to this shit. That's why I said top shelf. When you get your margarita, order a top shelf margarita and go to the top.
So what
shelf.
am I, a discount coon?
You might be like a tequila 1800 coon.
Oh, come on now.
You might just be like, you might be one of them low tequila. But anyway.
So I'm like box wine Sambo.
Yeah. You might have box wine moments.
All right. So explain this shit. Explain this shit in detail to those who don't know what the fuck this is.
Yeah. I'm gonna explain it. I'm trying to be very succinct.
Mad Dog 2020. I see you, Gerald.
Yeah, any person of color that is going through Turning Point or Heritage Foundation to get educated on other communities is the top shelf coon and the top shelf sellout. Turning Point can't teach you anything about the realities of our communities. Nothing.
Could you get better information from PragerU? Move. Thank you for the hat and mustache. What about PragerU? Maybe they might be better.
Yeah, no, them either. Listen, you got to remember something, Tim, and that's why everything that everything that Brandon Tatum comes out of his mouth is from the Turning Point playbook. That's why he deflects. That's why he has to stay on his script. If you get him off his script, he can't finish a conversation. He's terrible at debating because it's just like talking to MAGA Reacts. If you're just talking about opinions, right? Talking about opinions and propaganda, you can have that conversation all day. When you say, let's speak about facts, that's when they lose. When he was on Jubilee, right?
Okay.
When he faced those 20 people from the left, he got dog walked on every single point. Because after the propaganda and the rhetoric, there's no substance.
I've seen clips of it. I don't think he looks good here, to be honest with you, but I've seen some clips. I didn't see the full Jubilee spectacle, but I did see clips of it. But what about his claim here that Trump did indeed denounce the photo of Obama's as ape? It was a video, actually.
Yeah, he didn't. And the reality is he didn't. The reality is they took it down. But Trump also has professed that he controls what goes on his platform. And what gets posted. Now, let me ask you this. If that's not true, then what they're saying is he doesn't have control of his social media platforms. He doesn't have control of what's posted on his platforms. And not only does he not know, he's surrounded by people that are bigoted, prejudiced, racist, or all of the above, and he does nothing about it. You can't have it all.
Yeah, there's no way to make it look good because President Trump has made it clear he doesn't like people that make him look bad. He's very vengeful and he gets angry when you make him look bad. He didn't say he was doing anything to the person who posted this. Didn't mention him by name, which he normally has no problem calling out people's names, judges and all of that. He didn't say nobody's name. He didn't say no disciplinary action is going to happen to him, any of that. So I got to say, based on the way Trump normally operates, it is kind of challenging to believe that this happened and it was something that he didn't want to happen. And real quick before we continue, in the comments, what is the name there? I guess Old Phoenix or something says, you look just like a black man who supports Trump. Who look old Stephen. He said I look like Stephen A. Smith or something. I don't get what he's saying, but he said I look like an African American that supports Trump. Do I have that look, Mike?
Nah, you don't have that look. Sometimes you be fluffing, but you ain't been fluffing lately. Hey, because it's been harder to fluff.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I'm losing something. What you're mentioning the difficulty in fluffing. One thing that I don't like, because I like to be open to viewers from all sides of the aisle. I don't like the fact that I'm having a more challenging time getting more MAGA in the call-ins and on the show. And it's because a lot of the MAGA viewers that I used to have, they're coming out and admitting they're no longer happy with Trump either. So the problem is some of my MAGA that were not like really far to the right, a lot of them were not happy with President Trump either, because you're right, it's a little bit harder to defend him than it was, like say before the Iran war, and they're just not out there. In fact, I see some of them now on some of the left-wing lives.
Right, and here's the thing. And here's the sad part about it. I've said this from the very beginning. If you just take a step back, and search for facts, it won't be that complicated. Just search for facts. Don't search for feelings. Don't search for your comfort. Let me give you a perfect example, Tim, if you allow me this. I'm gonna give you a perfect example.
Okay.
I was on a live the other night with a gentleman, and he really, he's always said, I'm not a racist, I'm not this or that. I knew he was. We all know he was. But he started talking about Frisco, Texas. He started talking about how the demographics in Frisco, Texas have changed. They have a large East Asian population, right?
Okay.
Over there. And he says, and it's a concern for people that live in Frisco, Texas, because they're 33% of the population. And I said, well, what's the problem? And he goes, well, it's just different. Do you know there's schools that can't field football teams because of the demographics? And I'm like, you're blaming Muslims for the fact that they can't field football teams in Frisco, Texas? And when it came down to, long story short, and I have the whole live, I actually clipped it because it was interesting to me. And I've been saying this the entire time. White people do not want to be uncomfortable. They don't want to understand your religion. They don't want to understand your culture. They want you to assimilate or be removed. Period. And Tim,
really? I know a lot of white people that indulge in black culture. I mean, hip hop is really popular in the white community.
But again, because they're comfortable with that part of it, but they're not comfortable with the overall culture. And I'm not saying all, but let me give you an example. Look at New York and look at Michigan. Look at Mondami and look at Abdul. Since day one, the Muslim rhetoric has gone through the roof.
Yeah, I wish I could push back because I like to play devil's advocate when I can, but it's pretty clear the right is no fan of the Muslim religion. It's absolute. I mean, I've heard folks, my boy Handsome Conservative, who leans right, made it clear he would not vote for anybody from that religion because he believes it's a fake religion. Go figure. But the folks suggesting that Sharia law is going to become the law of the land. Do we have any Muslim politicians at all that has even proposed that? I don't know where that's coming from.
No, it's coming from their obsession to be hateful to anything that's not white in Jesus' name.
Ooh. I don't know. I guess
Tim, I know that sounds horrible, but we have to wake up as a nation. They will do all the atrocities they can in the name of Jesus, but they don't uphold his words.
Speaking of doing things speaking of doing things in the name of Jesus, did you see the clip that I played at the beginning during the monologue?
Yes. It was very profound. It's a very interesting position to take.
Is that an attack on Christianity? My boy Handsome Conservative says, yes, that was an attack on Christianity on white people. Very offensive, but he's not surprised.
But see, here's the thing. So he just proved my point. It was an attack on Christianity and white people. Where the hell why is it an attack on white people to tell the truth about the history in this country? But it's not an attack to have 1350 rhetoric. It's not an attack to say that that black people are on welfare. They're just speaking facts that aren't particularly true. And then anytime you start talking real numbers, they got to go to per capita.
Well, in defense of Handsome Conservative, I've never heard him use a 1350 argument, so I can't. I mean, there are plenty of.
I wasn't saying him. I wasn't saying him directly, right. Tim. I was just speaking in general. It's not an attack on. It's an observation. It's literally just an observation, and we can't observe. We can't agree and understand at the same time, right? Like I can understand your position and disagree with it, right?
Right.
Or you know what I mean? But we don't do that anymore. It's either all of one or all of nothing. But this country is going further and further away from the realities of this country. The daughters of the Confederacy, they're trying to rewrite Well, they've rewritten books in Texas, history books, to soften what chattel slavery was.
But they've been trying to.
Indentured servers.
Yeah, they've been trying to alter the narrative on what slavery actually was about since day one. But in the comments, he did state, conservative replied and said it was an attack because it was an uneducated comment that was incorrect in every way. But he doesn't expect us to get it.
Well, based on whose, this is my point, Tim. Based on whose position? Based on handsome conservatives' position? Based on a white, a cisgender white man's conservatives' view of what it should be? That's why we're having this.
Well, I'll have to end up getting him on to have him clear that up. But before we continue on, I want to play it real quick again because there's new people in here to know what the hell we're talking about. Because I mean, it certainly drew my attention the minute I heard it. Like, wow, this is some pretty strong shit. And I figured I'd post it and come here and have a conversation with you guys about it.
You don't go to church with me.
Because religion was made by powerful white men. It don't make sense.
Like, what?
Like, why God let kids die of cancer or evil people get away with murder and how he let black people be slaves for 400 years.
Free will. They'll eventually be punished.
When? Because all I see is rich, powerful men live until they're old and gray, then die peacefully.
Satan. They burn in eternal hell for their sins.
So God allows people to get away with terrible shit and we got to wait for Satan to punish them? Wouldn't that make Satan the good guy? See, powerful white men made that shit up, babe.
But what about the notion that powerful white men? A lot of folks are saying, look, religion goes back. Some would say to Egypt and places in Africa that white men did not create religion. I've gotten folks were messaging me and everything saying that white men did not create religion and do this stuff.
Well, listen, Tim. If anybody wants to take that position in this country about what he said about rich white men, then they don't want to deal with the realities of the history and the foundation of this country. They just don't want to deal with it. Who founded the country? Where was the wealth? Why did they continue and develop chattel slavery? All of these things were in the pursuit of wealth and capitalism in the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus. People are sitting here acting like this is not true. The Christian religion was taught to enslaved Africans. They were taught the Bible. They were being whipped with the Bible in the hands of fucking slave masters. What do we those are facts. If you don't like those facts or you want to embrace those facts and change the future, then do so. But if you want to stand in your privilege and say that's bullshit because you don't want to hear it, that's a whole nother story. That's a whole nother story. But they just don't want to have the conversation. Instead, they would love to just default to why everyone else is terrible. And I'm going all the way back to Mandami and Abdul.
Thank you,
full circle.
But how about this? I got two comments for you. First, conservative says we're not talking about slavery, Jack. We're talking about Christianity, which goes all the way back to Egypt. And also the comment of someone else made a comment. My screen may have scrolled, but I thought it was worthy of hearing. Basically saying that white men did not necessarily create religion, but they did manipulate it. What say you?
Well, okay, I'm not going to get into whether they created it or not, but here's what I'll get into. Of course, they manipulated it. Matter of fact, they're manipulating it right now.
In what way?
Well, ask yourself some questions. Would Jesus be okay with deportation? Would Jesus, matter of fact, based on the way they perverted Christianity, they wouldn't accept Jesus. Wasn't Jesus an immigrant, Tim?
Yeah.
They would be looking to get Jesus Christ deported out of here.
Well, I've said before,
let's stay right there, Tim.
Wait, hold on. We can stay with Jesus, but I've said before the whole anti-socialism, free shit stuff would invalidate the Last Supper because they would say that Jesus is giving away the bread for free, and all of this should have to go out and work.
That's what I mean. Everything that Jesus stood for, they don't stand for right now. Everything that he stands for, they are completely against right now. Right? I mean, tell me.
I don't know about everything, but I don't know about everything, but I'll tell you a lot of it. To me, the lack of empathy, and if you don't work, you don't eat, and pull yourself up by your bootstraps. None of that sounds like what I was taught in terms of Christianity. It basically is, I got mine, you need to figure out how to get yours. I care about me and mine, and you need to care about you and yours. Don't ask me for shit. That does not fall in line with the way I was taught Christianity.
Absolutely not. He wouldn't listen. Jesus wouldn't be okay with tariffs. He wouldn't be okay with this war in Iran. He wouldn't be okay with immigration, deportations, and the way they're handling it. He wouldn't be okay with the way that they're attacking and dehumanizing Muslims and the LGBT. He wouldn't be cool with none of their agenda. None of it. But here's the problem. They'll say all of this and talk about the nuclear family and the funny thing is, Tim, right now, if you stand here right now, since Donald Trump was elected till today, look at how many politicians on that side right now. I say it's not happening on the left. I'm just focusing on the right. These quote unquote Christians. How many charges have these quote unquote Christians picked up in the last 18, 20 months when it comes to touching children and touching women and abusing women?
Well,
in the last 18, 20 months?
You can't really just go with the Trump administration because Christianity and touching children go together like cookies and milk. That goes all the way back.
I understand, and I'm not negating that, and I'm just simply saying for the people that are screaming that these things are the property and the depravity of the left, they sure keep picking up these fucking charges now, don't they, Tim? For the very people that go out there, Laura Boebert, I'm gonna use her as an example. Laura Boebert was walking around talking about the Lord and all that shit and the nuclear family and the Christian household. Fast forward. First of all, the shit she did in the movie theater that was on video, that's not very Christian-like.
What was she doing? Jagging off a man or something? She was jagging some dude off or something.
She was doing some shit in public, right?
Yeah.
And then now her son. Now the shit her son. You don't know about that?
I heard he got charged or something. Yeah, I did hear about that.
Yeah, some pretty weird shit going on. So all I'm pointing out, Tim, is the hypocrisy to get on your pedestal and pound the table about the e-files and all these things and about women, but the whole time you have been ignoring or accepting it in Jesus' name. That's all I'm saying.
All right, I got to move it on, but listen, it's a hell of a topic. Like I said, based on what I'm seeing, I don't see a lot of Christianity in a lot of folks walking around the country, red or blue. But it's certainly because the red side is the ones that tout it more. They're going to get, just like Trump made all these huge promises. So if he doesn't deliver, he's going to look different than Biden or Obama because you promised to do all of this shit. Well, the religion usually comes more from the right. And pull yourself up by your bootstraps, to me, don't sound very Christian-like. Mike?
Let me give you this before you drop me. Real quick. And I want everybody to take this analogy. It's like your neighbor across the street and your neighbor next door. Neither one of them motherfuckers cut their grass. They both parked their cars on their yard. But you got the neighbor directly across from you yelling at you all the time about your yard and being emphatic about it, calling the city, doing all of that shit. Meanwhile, the neighbor on your right don't say nothing, but his yard looks the same. Which one of them is going to catch your ire more quickly, the one across the street or the one to your right?
Probably the one that's making the biggest fuss about it.
Right, and knowing all you got to do is pick up the phone and call the same people he called and say, hey, he's got the cars out here. And then guess what, Tim? You could be the problem.
Well, that's kind of what we're dealing with.
That's what MAGA is.
I'm sure I'll get some MAGA. I'm hoping to get something to clear up. Maybe they think you're talking some fuck shit. So hopefully we'll see what happens.
And you some time, too. You dropped me on my time last night for MAGA's punk ass.
Well, you got extra time today, so I got to go.
Today. I'm watching the clock. Bye.
All right, holla. Tap the screen. Get the likes on up to 40,000, if you will. The ones here read the Ethiopian Bible, says Arlita. And I see conservative says, clearly this man has not cracked open a Bible. If he has, he's Democrat Jesus all the way up. What is Democrat Jesus? I'd be curious to know what that is. Look at the states takes 5 minutes to do research. It's not the blue states that are struggling. I get so sick of this argument about which states are doing better and which states are doing worse and all of that. Look, they're struggling in both. It doesn't matter if you vote Democrat or Republican. They're struggling in both areas. You heard all of the shit talked about California under Newsom, or the shit that's been talked about New York under their female governor, or all of the shit you hear about, whether we're talking about Chicago or the state of Illinois. The right demonizes all these states. They're not really promoting their own, though. If you leave Chicago, you leave New York, or you leave California and you move to Mississippi, you think you're going to be doing that much better? There's a handful of areas on the left, a handful of areas on the right that are doing well, and a whole lot of people that are suffering in the middle. I don't think either side should be bashing what's going on in the other side. I mean, it ain't like right-wing states are doing awesome. And there's plenty of left-wing states that are not doing well. To me, the bashing of, if we're all going to be together as a country, bashing different parts, I don't know. To me, that should not be. But we'll continue on. One of the things I want to ask you folks, and tap the screen, get us up to 40,000, if you will. Help your boy with the hat and mustache. TikTok cap goals. In the comments, my son lives in Louisiana, and it's hard for him. Well, sorry to hear that, Penny. But my guess is it's hard for folks all over the damn place unless you're really, really lucky. On the screen, anybody familiar with, I'll see if I can make this larger. Anybody know who this woman is? This nice looking, she has a nice looking smile. Anybody know who this woman is? She's all over the news now. Somebody in the comments, let me know in the comments. I'll see if is anybody familiar with this woman? She is starting to really be covered in the media. You're going to hear a lot more about her. I have other pictures of her. There she is there as well. Obviously in the Oval Office, because you see the gold emblems on the side there. She's in the Oval Office. Do you know her name? Have you heard of this woman? She is starting to become well known. She's in her mid-30s. Younger than Melania, probably better looking depending on who you ask. She is it looks like a platinum blonde. Have you heard about this woman? I see somebody in the comments. Josie says Natalie Harp. That is accurate. I want to play a video for you. Her brother. This is her brother talking about her. I don't know if this woman if she's starstruck, if she's in love with President Trump. What was the name of the guy who tried to take...
Almost straight's not going to be quite as important as it was in the past.
I don't know what's the name of it. Was it Hinckley, the guy who tried to take Reagan's life back in 81 on behalf of his love for Jodie Foster? I don't know. She may be one of those types, but her brother also speaks out in this particular clip.
Two sources, Preston, are telling CNN that your sister was involved, back in October 2023, right? There was sort of a screaming match about who was getting in what car, and it turned out that there wasn't room for Natalie. So she insisted, she said no, Trump had personally asked her to come to this court appearance, so she needed to be in the car. Now, according to these sources, the end result is that your sister jumped into the trunk of one of the motorcade vehicles to go to the court appearance in Lower Manhattan.
That's really funny. I didn't even know about that.
I mean, what is your reaction to that? I mean, you're laughing, but I mean, is it funny or what? You know her, so that's why.
I'm sorry. It's actually kind of sad. That's obsession. That's like an unhealthy obsession with someone. If you're going to jump into the trunk of their car, like.
So I mentioned Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan's book Regime Change, Preston, which of course I know you've heard a lot about it, but in that, Natalie's name became known to a lot of people, right? Prior to the whole NATO plane incident, she was in the book as an important player, and her role, her importance to the president became clear. They report that she left him, the president, a series of letters in personal spaces where she told him, "You're all that matters to me," in one, and another one she writes, "I want to bring you joy." And then they say that Trump said, "Your sister is the only one who loved him as much as his wife and kids." So So what is your reaction to this? Does this sound like her, or the person that you knew well, your sister?
Yeah. I mean, basically.
Listen to what he'll say.
Like
Listen to this.
16, she's had an obsession with gosh, how do I explain this? She's written letters to other presidents. Let me put it that way. And so like her dream came true finally.
Oh, interesting. So you're saying that she actually was very aware of politics, right? And that she had written other presidents' letters. Do you happen to know which ones or what they were about or anything, Preston, that you would be able to share here?
I didn't see the letter, but George Bush, obviously, during the Iraq War.
You think he fucking that? I mean, it sounds like she would be easy to get with. She obviously is wide the fuck open. You think Trump hitting that? Somebody let me know, because Trump talking about she's the best since his ex-wife in terms of loyalty or whatever. You think Trump might go ahead and hit that? She like 35, I don't know how you think she looks, but getting somebody that's damn near 45 years younger than you, even if she's only a 5 on a scale, that's going to knock her up to about a 9, being 45 years younger. You think Trump may be experimenting with that? I mean, obviously she is as loyal as they come, jumping in trunks and shit like that to be near Trump. So she ain't going to say shit. She ain't going to say nothing. She going to keep quiet. She would probably be more loyal than Monica Lewinsky for sure. You think Trump hit that? Somebody let me know in the comments. She's attracted to power, says Rango. Yeah, somebody referred to her as being like Eva Braun, says didn't count. Remember Hitler's woman, Eva Braun, who ended up getting burned up with him. He set both of their ass on fire. But what do you think? You think Trump might find some interest in that? It's crazy that she was able to get to the president by just showing a bunch of interest. I kind of wonder what was in those letters for Trump to actually just let her in his circle. I don't know what education or what background she has, other than being very interested in being with the president and saying you'll be my all and all that, whatever the hell she wrote. She got plastic surgery to look more like Ivanka. Is that true? I haven't heard that. Yeah, I could see Cheeto dust all over her thighs. Billy, let me go back to the box. I tried to send some controversial truth but they do censoring. I didn't see that, Mr. TT, sorry to hear that. I didn't see that. No, absolutely not. That would destroy him, and he is smarter than that. You really think this would destroy President? Are you kidding me? You gotta be kidding me. You're telling me if Trump hit this, it would destroy him? I gotta put a capital bullshit on that. Epstein files with children, allegations of children. I'm not saying Trump abused any children, but he certainly is at the very least protecting men that did. That didn't destroy him. The guy has had multiple affairs on many wives. Having one on Melania Trump, you think would destroy him? Destroy him in the eyes of who? Who the hell would have a problem with him stepping away from Melania and getting with an actual American? Our time, born in the USA. Isn't that what the MAGA side likes? America. Yeah, fuck yeah. Anyway, let me go back to I don't think this would hurt Trump at all. I don't think stepping out on Melania and tapping that, I don't think it would hurt President Trump at all. And I don't even know if it would hurt him with Democrats. It absolutely wouldn't. It wouldn't hurt him with MAGA at all. Let me go back to the box. Moo, the Tuxedo Cat. Good evening. Welcome to the program. But MAGA goes crazy about Harris. Oh wow! So you say that's a good comparison. So the allegations that Kamala Harris slept her way to the top, and this chick just kind of got in there out of nowhere. Moo, good evening.
What's up, man? What's going on? Do you
much.
Want to be MAGA today, or do you want to be a liberal?
I want to be your host. Do you think Trump is hitting that?
That's gross, man. The smell. Imagine the smell. That's so nasty, dude. Don't even want to talk about it.
What's wrong with her?
That's disgusting.
She's a nice looking woman. What
Imagine the smell near him. No, the smell near him.
Oh!
He's incontinent, dude. He's incontinent.
He got people to clean.
I'm not going there, man.
He got people to clean him up.
They need someone to clean her up, I bet.
Oh my God. Trump is not walking around stinking, man. Come on now.
Bro, if he is, dude, he needs massive amount. Dude, do you know how many medications this dude must be on right now? He's on like diuretics. He's on heart medication. God, his blood must be like just so overwhelmed with drugs right now. I'm sorry.
I mean, listen, we've all had grandparents that took the whole damn medicine cabinet. They didn't walk around stinking, did they?
Let's talk about something important though, man. Let's talk about the primary last night because it just so happens
more of your Democrat socialists. More of your Democrats in Florida. You think a Democrat? Hold on. You think a Democrat socialist in Florida has a chance in hell?
Listen, no. You need to understand something. So that just means we can beat them in a primary in Florida. That means that we can beat some of their AIPAC people in Florida now. That's what I take that as, right? Okay. So eventually, if Florida ever does decide to go blue in a general election, we stand a chance now in the primary to get there. That's what that tells me. Okay, and they spent like $13 million.
Yeah,
and did anything ever come of that?
That was crazy. He had 17, from what they said, 17 times as much money. And she won.
Yeah.
Have the Democrats lost their mind in Florida? Socialists in Florida.
You need to understand something, right? Like you keep on saying socialism up here, but when you have state officials in charge of a program, that's called state capitalism, my man. That's not socialism, right? Like we all think that Social Security is socialism, but people who say that are wrong. And people who say that Medicare is socialist is wrong because the means of production isn't in the hands of the people. So I don't know where these misconceptions came from, but that's not socialism.
Well, I don't know. Florida, to me, the Democrats, you think the Democrats made a smart choice by going with a socialist candidate in Florida as opposed to a traditional?
I think Florida made a wise choice in saying no to genocide, right? In saying no to people who take baby offer money and run on that shit, right? And I want to give a shout out to Debbie Weiserman Schultz, right? Debbie Weiserman Schultz is a carpetbagger who suppresses black representation in black districts, right? And you want to talk about how you want to have a big tent and you want to do this and you want to do that and you put an AIPAC shill in a black district. It's always been represented by a black person. Debbie Weiserman Schultz is scum.
I don't know. Do you really think that even the socialists, you really think that they're going to, because the AIPAC money is infinite. You really think that eventually we're going to get rid of AIPAC money in our politics?
What is it?
You really think we can get rid of AIPAC money in our politics?
You better. If you're America first, you better want AIPAC money out of politics, right? You can't be America first if you don't want AIPAC money out of politics. I mean, at least MAGA should agree with me on that, right? Like at the very least, they should agree with me on that.
I don't know if MAGA really are America first because they're following Trump with Cuba and Venezuela and Greenland and shit. What Trump is doing is not MAGA first, and they're still saying they love Trump. So I don't know if MAGA really are America first.
I mean, if we can't agree on that, then we're a long shot from cleaning up this government because if you can't get the dark money out, you're at a loss. But like I said, I'm encouraged right now because Abdul Saeed won with a bunch of money against him. Flanagan won. So we're picking up big wins, like the highest offices, right? They're all Senate seats, right? So it really looks like if the election does go as planned and Trump doesn't, try to pull any schemes, the Progressive Caucus will probably have more seats in the Senate than the centrists will, possibly.
Well, the idea, I think most people believe Trump's going to try to interfere in some way or another, though. I mean, that's...
Yeah, I understand.
I think that's highly likely is we're going to claim some kind of election fraud took place. I don't think Trump's ever been involved in an election where he had skin in the game and did not claim election fraud. So that's guaranteed.
I'm not going to argue with you there, yeah. That's true.
Do you think it'll work, though?
Well, what the midterms? Do I think it'll?
The interference.
You know, he's working with a lot of dumb people. That's really our only saving grace, right? I mean, look at how badly he's messed up the Iran thing, right? I mean, you never should have went in there in the first place. I don't think we ever should have made a deal with them to begin with. I think we should have just unfroze all their assets and leave them alone forever, right?
Wait a minute.
I don't care if Iran has a nuke. I don't care. I don't care who has nukes because we have nukes. And you can't be an imperialist country telling people they can't have nukes when you got nukes.
But I was under the impression, according to President Trump, that not only were they trying to get nukes, they would have used them on us.
So the old leader had a fatwa against that, right? And you offed him. So good job on that, right? Like they take their religion so seriously, and he had a religious fatwa against making nukes, right? And you offed him. Good job, guys. Great job. And now the son, of course, because America has been oppressing Iran for decades at this point, the son is even more extreme than the father. Okay. So again, great job, guys.
Well,
right?
well, I gotta say, if you took out as many of my relatives as we destroyed of his family, I would be thinking I had nothing to lose. You don't kill my dad, my mom, you killed my brother and sister. I mean, you injured me in that attack. Fuck it, yeah. I would be thinking I have nothing to lose. So yeah, of course.
What do you think? What do you think is going to happen with the Palestinians that survived this thing, right? If any of them survive, they're going to hate us forever. And they have a right to, because look at what we did. And then you're going to be like, oh, well, why are they attacking us? Why did they say, oh, unalive America? Well, that's why. Because for decades now, since before Reagan screwed up, since it was Persia, Europeans have been trying to take away their country. And that's why they don't like you. So if we stay out of their country, well, they were Persia, right? So the Brits used to mess with Persia. Okay, so we've been doing this for a very long time, the Europeans have. And I'm European, so I say we. So we need to stop that shit, and then we'll stop getting attacked.
Well, I want you to hear this clip from Trump. This is from a few hours ago. This is in regards to the Strait of Hormuz. Apparently, the strait may soon not be as pivotal, as important as it's been this whole time. I want you to hear this.
And we are getting a lot of oil out. But the other thing that's happened is people have found other alternatives, which they never thought about. Texas, Alaska, Louisiana, and other places. In addition, a lot of pipelines, record numbers of pipelines are being built. So I think the Hormuz Strait's not going to be quite as important as it was in the past.
Are we ceding the strait to the Iranians? Well, it's not important. We found another way around it. Are we starting to cede that?
I know the Houthis already cut off another route, and it takes at least 10 years or more to replace or rebuild the pipeline. So even if he was right, that's 10 years away at least. But the thing is this, my man, we don't really have that amount of time to stay on this fossil fuel shit, right? Because I don't know if you heard, the aquifers in the Colorado River are drying up now. So the Colorado River's running dry. We're running out of fresh drinking water. You don't have another 10 years to stay on the ship, my dude. So, you know, and you know, they won't care because they don't believe climate change is real. They don't actually believe anything's happening. And even after we're in the water wars and it's Mad Max and people are bidding in like the stock market on water futures and in poly market on water, right? They'll still be like, ain't shit going on, man. Fuck a Green New Deal. AOC's full of shit.
Bro. You threw AOC in there. I mean, listen, I don't disagree with you at all. The right certainly is no fan of climate change. I don't think they believe any of that. But I suppose eventually the science will be proven true or false. But I think most of the free world believes that climate issues are genuine. But our administration, you're right, they do not believe that. But it's
they're gonna sell you air, right? They're gonna sell you air one day. You're gonna, it's like heating oil, right? You're gonna have a delivery truck come by and they're gonna sell you fresh air for your fucking house because we won't get off of this oil and the air is just gonna be so filthy and nasty and dirty that you're gonna have to wear a gas mask when you go. Oh, fuck a N2O, whatever. They'll be so angry at that point, right?
N95. Wait a minute.
Gas mask when they go outside.
You know my audience are gonna say you feel fear mongering your ass off with the N95 mask.
Listen, dude. Listen. Every 5 or 6 years, the shit I say was gonna go down. The 5 or 6 years prior, it happens, and then they're like, "Oh shit, the left was right. Oh shit, the left was right again. Oh well, shit, the left was right again." The problem with the left is we're always right, like 3 to 5 years ahead of liberals and conservatives, and then they catch up later, and then by then it's too fucking late.
I don't think you're right about getting rid of the Pentagon, getting rid of prisons and open borders. I know you're an open borders man. We talked about this last time.
Here's the problem, right? I don't actually have time to talk about what I would do with you. I have a very brief amount of time to explain. Like, you know, the liberal that came up after me last time, for example, right? He automatically assumes that I only want to do housing for immigrants and that I'm not going to do a massive housing program for everybody. You know, and his
Wait. So last time we talked, you made it clear if somebody sneaks in the country, as opposed to being deported, they should get a tiny house. But now you're saying you want to do a housing program for everybody?
His issue, he said directly, and it went right to him, just like it does with MAGA. He said, what about the Americans that don't have a home?
Right.
What about me and mine? What about me? Well, yeah, dude, I would create land trusts, right? That's what Mamdani's doing. So don't say this shit isn't going to work, because people are already doing this. And FDR did this when Levittown was created in Pennsylvania. The government takes land and they build what's called a land trust. And now this is socialism. The public owns the land. It's given into the trust of the public, but you build affordable government housing on it, right? And then you start getting Americans homes again. That's socialism.
All of the landowners that go and vote are going to view you like a plague because you're talking about taking their land and giving it to the government.
I'm not talking about taking anyone's land. America, especially in parts of Montana, is vastly unoccupied.
That's somebody's ranch, Moo. That's somebody's ranch.
So again, they're already doing this. This isn't something new. This has already happened. In post-World War II, they did this a lot of times. So I don't know why you're scoffing and laughing, but this has already been done before. And I'm not talking about taking land away from anybody. I don't know where you're coming up with.
You're talking about the government owning land and putting. So what are you going to explain this? You got a few minutes. Explain what you're talking about. This is scary. Go explain.
I can't explain. So you need to look up what a public land trust is, because you don't even understand what I'm talking about. You think that this is some extraordinary radical type of thing when this happens on a regular basis now. The government owns land now. They've done public land trusts before, so I don't know why you're acting all wacky about this.
So you're going to send the immigrants
many times already.
So you're going to send the immigrants, and you're going to send the poor Americans.
What are you talking about? You're fear mongering. I'm talking about it.
I'm questioning you. I'm trying to
get. You're talking about immigrants. You're fear mongering.
Okay, so a poor American that cannot afford a place to stay, what are you going to do with them?
Poor people, poor immigrants, or what? I'm sorry. Can you repeat?
Poor Americans, somebody who was born and raised in America. They're making $12 an hour, so they can't afford a place. What are you gonna do for them?
Yeah, I'm gonna build them a house, and I'm gonna get them a house, and they're gonna stay in there. I'm gonna build public land trusts, and I will get everybody an affordable home. It will be based on your means. It will be based on your income.
Where the money come from? Where the money come from?
Just like how the VA's insurance rates are based on people's income. And again, this is not a new idea. China literally has a nationwide program like this.
So you are a communist.
They have virtually no homeless people.
So you are a communist. You're trying to turn us into China?
I am a socialist. I find it amazing how you don't want to. So you sit up here and complain about all of America's problems, but don't actually want to do anything about it. Now, I understand that's good for your show if America continues to suffer, but to continually fearmonger about new ideas is not great. It's not great, because what happened is in the past 250 years, you've had two Great Depressions. You had the first one because of a Gilded Age, because of your capitalism, and you're in the middle of another one now. So in 250 years, you're going to have two massive financial collapses. And then you're going to sit here and advocate to me like your capitalism's working and like I'm the radical one and you're not all fucked up.
Look, I may be fucked up on this because this is unfamiliar territory with me. So who's going to pay for all of these places you're building?
Who's Who's going to pay for all these? How much have we spent on the Iran war so far? Because homelessness is estimated to take about $30 billion to fix.
That's
How much
a
have we
good point.
spent on the Iran war?
Okay, all right. Now, you're winning me over with that because I do believe that's a waste of fucking money. I don't know. This is just. I would have to sit down and have about an hour conversation with you. I'm not saying
glad to do it, man.
I'm not saying it's impossible, but man,
You need to understand something.
Wow.
You need to. So I would encourage everyone to actually take a trip to China at this point, so that you can see the infrastructure and the programs that they have right now. Because it's very different than walking down any major city here. There is not streets in the trash. There is not homeless people. The people are not suffering. Most people are able to have a home. If not, they're able to afford their rent. So instead of just critiquing everything by a government that's been obviously lying to you about Israel your entire life and taking their fucking word for everything, maybe go find out some shit for yourself.
I mean, I don't disagree. Our government lies. In the comments, one of my viewers, Send People Up Something, says, this guy is a moron, unoccupied because it can't be developed. In Utah, there are massive amounts of public land. You can't develop it because the juice doesn't equal the squeeze. So, I mean, where is all this unincorporated land you're talking about?
No, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. If you can acquire massive amounts of land to build data centers and fuck up everybody's water supply, I can get land to build homes. So go fuck off.
You actually kind of got this shit. I mean, you're giving some good answers. I mean, there's a few key words. You start talking China, you're going to scare people away. But you got some decent responses. I'd have to talk to you a lot longer though to be sold on this. But I like your responses to the criticism though. You do make some good points.
You have to understand what socialism is, okay? Wherever capitalism goes, socialism is going to follow, because socialism is a critique on capitalism. It is a higher level of economics than capitalism. The ideal progression is you start with, and this is what China is doing. They are speed running capitalism, because they expect to get to socialism by 2050. They expect to have a fully socialist society. So when you tell me at that point, if we're still talking to each other, I've never seen a successful socialist society. You're about to. They had a century of humiliation that they've come out of.
I think it's the dream. I think it's the dream of being ultra wealthy that we all have, even though we'll never be, that makes folks turn away from socialism. It's because we all are like, well, man, if I was ever in this situation of being rich, I wouldn't want to be taxed. Even though right now, taxing the wealthy would actually benefit most of us. But we're too busy imagining if we were rich, we wouldn't want it. You're never going to be rich, probably. So, I mean, I got to move it on. I could certainly talk to you for a lot longer on this because this is very interesting.
If you ever want to like have a longer session, you know, come over to my live, or I'll come over here if you ever want to do a longer thing, and I'll explain all kinds of shit because I do have answers.
I'm going to have to bring a notepad because, yeah, you're saying some interesting shit. Moo, delightful phone call. Delightful call. I'll certainly come on your live and carry this on. Thank you, by the way. Tap the screen and get the likes on. Wow. Listen, I'm not sold because of some of the keywords. When you start using China as a model, but I like his response of, shit, your government been fucking lying to you all the time about, you know, Israel or this country or that country. So when I say I don't like using China as a model, being candid, I'm saying that because of what my government has told me about China. I've never been there. So I've developed some negative aspects of China based on what my government has said. But as he rightfully points out, your government ain't always fucking honest. So I would have to talk to him more on it, but it's a good conversation. I feel enlightened. This is what I'm saying. I'm not a know-it-all. None of us are. I'm certain I'll get viewers on here that will trash what he said completely, and I would love to hear from you as well. Perhaps you could swing it the other way, and I'd like to hear your counterpoints as well. Tap the screen, get us up to 70,000. In the comments, help your boy with the hat and mustache, particularly the TikTok cap goal. Wow, 0. Germany provided homes and work in the 1930s. We can do the same to build war machines. We the rebel. Yes, and that's what he was talking about. Look, I've said this before. When it came to us suggesting we can't give money, and thank you, Furback, when we started talking about we can't give money to USAID and all of the waste, fraud, and abuse Elon allegedly got rid of, I've been bringing this up constantly. We keep saying we don't have money when it comes to entitlement programs or things for poor people, but Trump keeps finding money for himself. We're telling everybody at the, that are low on a socioeconomic scale that we're broke, but the rich keep finding fucking money. We keep finding money to give wealthy people tax cuts. And Trump is just building all of DC up all around him that most of the people are not going to have access to. It's mainly shit just to beautify his local surroundings. He keeps finding money to do that. We just found money to have a war with Iran, to build Trump-class battleships. F-47 jets are coming out. I mean, so it does, what Moose said does resonate. Why can't we do more for the poor? Because most of Trump's projects would build multiple houses. Just the money we wasted fighting with him on whether or not his name could be on the Kennedy Memorial. That would build, in terms of tiny houses, that's probably a few fucking blocks full of them. That's probably a few blocks full of tiny homes just with him trying to get his name put on the Kennedy Memorial. We're also paying for him to fight against E. Jean Carroll and not pay her off. Once again, a bunch of homes could be built with that. So, and the more of these you make, the cheaper they come because you're buying shit in bulk. So he raised some points if you really think of it. It starts to look like it ain't like this stuff. All of this can't work. It's more like we just don't want to do it. That's what it looks more like. Listen, I stop off, get a $3 to $4 cup of coffee every damn day. I know I'm overpaying for the coffee, but I might tell some bum on the street I don't have $2 to give you. I actually do. I just don't want to do it. And that's what this sounds like, is that we actually could help people out. We just don't want to do it. Anyway, looking in the comments, tap the screen. Have to think long-term costs, not just building it, says Texas. Yeah, but if you're building all these, they're going to create jobs. There's a whole bunch of other things. Keep in mind, the stuff I'm talking about with President Trump, the war, the jets, the fucking tribunal arch, all of that has long-term costs too. It ain't just building it, as you rightfully point out. There will certainly be long-term costs in relation to the war on Iran. There'll be long-term costs to that. So, I mean, he raises some good points. That's all I'm saying. Thank you for the TikTok cap. Real quick before we move on, make sure I didn't miss the super chat. Wear a hard hat around that Chinese infrastructure. We the rabble. What do you say? The Chinese infrastructure might fail? Maybe. Like I said, I don't know, but I'll say it like this. I'm not totally sold on what he is saying. But one thing I feel confident of is that we are not doing as much as we could. We're pretty much telling the downtrodden, we can't do shit for you. I do believe we could make more of an effort to do more than we are. I'll leave it at that. Homelessness is primarily an addiction problem. True, I believe that. I actually do believe that. But there's a lot of folks that are in places and they can barely afford to keep it because they're not getting paid much. Let me go back to the box, tap the screen, get the like showing up. We'll make it happen with the one and only Gangsta Grandma. Good evening, Gangsta. Welcome to the program. Bad businessman, says Calvin. All right. Gangsta, good evening.
Hey, Timmy Tim.
Hey, where are you located at now?
I'm in LA.
Okay.
I flew right out there. I got out of court. I just had to make a pit stop. I said my goodbyes to my best friend. Gave her the good news that I'm an adoptive parent. I am so excited. I'm officially adoptive parent. But I am. They're gonna keep their mama's name. The last name, and they're gonna have my last name too, but it will fall off if they ever get married. But they're always gonna have their mama's name. You know what I mean?
Congratulations for the audience at home. I was really bad off yesterday. I didn't do a live. We did not get to meet. So some of you folks, I know you guys are eager to hear about.
It's in my inbox. Say if we was asking. Hell no.
Yeah. I was not in good shape. Yeah, I was not in good shape yesterday. Yeah, I didn't post any videos. I didn't do anything yesterday. So, but
He wasn't, but you sounded horrible.
Yeah.
That was so fucked up, Tim. I flew all the way over there and couldn't get no ding-a-ling. Ain't that some shit?
You wanted some uncooked protein? I'm a white man, remember?
Uncooked protein, dog. Like, damn. I couldn't get none. I'm just fucking with you, Tim. I'll be back on the 14th, though. I'm coming back on the 14th.
Yeah.
Her birthday, my best friend's birthday is on the 15th. I gotta go put some
I was all ready for you. I had the Confederate sheets all laid out, smelling good.
Damn, dog.
Yeah, I had
there you go with your old man looking at.
I had my Confederate sheets all clean and waiting on you.
Confederate sheets and all. You was gonna hog time our happy ass, but you're too sick though. No, but Tim, on some real shit. Let me tell you something on some real shit, Tim. The economy is really bad. You know why it's really bad, Tim? Guess what I got in the mail the other damn day?
Talk to me.
I have American Express, okay? I have very, very good credit, like way up there, okay? American Express is when you can pay your shit at the end of the month. They don't give you a damn limit. You feel what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You pay and then you pay at the end of the damn month. I have a business one and I have a personal one, right? I got a letter saying that they are tapping us. They are taking our shit from unlimited down. Now that tells you something when the banks do that, because they know some bad shit's coming. And I called them. I said, "What the hell? I have never missed a payment. I've always paid my shit. That's how I get my food and shit up in here. Your whole life, Juice, is boring. Okay? Your whole life is boring, Juice. Humble your ugly ass."
Oh my God. What did he say to you? I missed that one.
Boy, it's boring.
He says you're boring. He says you're boring.
Pookie. A black woman with good credit. All you white tea people are here saying that we're on welfare and shit. Not this one.
I'll say if there's one thing I've never heard anybody refer to you as gangster is boring. That's the first time I've ever heard somebody call you boring.
He's just mad because I'm giving you some. I'm giving you some. You know what I'm saying, Tim?
Well, Marguerite X is still demanding I provide proof that you're not a white person.
I'm not white.
I don't know.
You can see in my pictures I'm not white. Just because I look light-skinned does not mean shit.
Well,
get the fuck out of here.
You have features that are not necessarily resembling a Caucasoid. I mean, a Negroid. You got Caucasoid features.
Oh, actually, I really do. Okay, really? I really do. My hair and shit. I promise you, I need oil up in my shit. Okay, and I never got piojos.
Cedric Haney in the comments is suggesting that your pictures are artificial intelligence. What say you?
Okay, go take my pics, bitch. Go take my pics. And it will tell you if there's AI. Because on my pics, when I have pics, it will say AI. Because you can't fake them, Pookie. You can't. You can't, bitch. So fuck you. And fuck your mama, too. With your, I'm a black man. I married a white, I made a snow roach. But y'all have to vote for the white team, man. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Don't ever come at me, raccoon. Don't ever come at me and tell me my shit's AI. I got proof to back my shit. Because if you go on my things, and then I have my pictures laid out on my bed, bitch, and what? And what?
You got a fan in the comments. All praises to you.
I gotta put shit to the white tea people. What the fuck?
You got a fan. All praises to you. Says Gangsta Grandma is a good person. She adopted someone, that is very noble. Now you adopted 4 people or something like that, right?
I adopted 4 of my god babies. Yes, I did. I kept them all together. I sure did. Why would I put? You know what? And when me and my best friend, I'll tell you something, Tim. When me and my best friend, we was friends for years when we was kids. I mean, we played volleyball. We grew up. We went. We was in elementary, mid school, and everything. Let me tell you something. When we got into middle school, you feel what I'm saying? We promised each other that if something ever happened to one of us, we was gonna be our god kid, our godmothers. I'm not even Catholic, but if something happened to me, she would have took my babies.
Now she passed away, right?
Yeah, she passed away from brain cancer. On her deathbed, she asked me, "Are you going to take my babies, or do I got to hand them to the state?" I told her, no hesitation, because she knew I said, I would take my babies. I would take them. I would.
Hopefully that will change a lot of my viewers' perspective of you, because and somebody in the comments said you must got a bag, because that's got to be, let's be fucking real. I mean that's got to be costly to take on 4 dependents.
I got 9 kids in my house right now. I have 5 of my grandbabies because my kids are in college at Stanford. Okay, Stanford, California. Then I have my 4. So I have 9 kids in my house. I love all my babies, my grandbabies to my babies. I love them all. Wow. I love them all. I have 9 kids, and I love every single one. I can't. You know what though? For real, I cannot live without a day without having pitter patter in my house. I gotta have someone crying. I gotta have somebody up there fighting something, but they don't be fighting. You know what they are? My kids are very respectful. My grandbabies are very respectful.
You got a tough caller though. Jenny Elliott says, if I was the dad, I'd run off too, asking where the fathers are.
What my husband is? My husband got unalive.
No. I mean the father of your god babies, or the father of your daughter in Stanford.
Okay, my grandbabies, they got their daddies. I took care of my kids. I told them that because my kids want to take their kids, but if they know what Stanford, California is, the rent is over $4,000 a month. My kids, I told them no, I will be the babysitter. I will take the babies. My kids know that. My kids know that. They're in Stanford, for God's sake.
Fair enough. All right, well let's get into the actual show. Did you hear the clip I played from this animation earlier?
Yes, I heard.
What is your opinion? Now you're a Christian. What was your opinion on that?
I am a Christian. Okay, for one thing, the white T-man did not do the Christianity. They didn't make this Christianity. What they did do, though, during slavery is they used the book against us. They used the book against our ancestors. Yes, they did. They mocked it. They did everything, saying, "Oh, this is God," and "Oh, Jesus was white," except for Jesus never was white. Jesus wouldn't even vote for these people. If God was here today, I promise you, he'll be voting blue. You know why? Because in Matthew 25 would tell you, you deny people food. You deny me food. Clothing, everything.
But would God and Jesus support the pro-life folk, pro-choice people? Handsome conservatives is going to bring up you terminating the life of the unborn. Would God be in favor of that?
Actually, God, it doesn't say nothing about A being the Bible. Actually, when God breathed in to Adam's nose, it became life. That was when at first breath is that life. God did that. But see, you know how these fake Christians are. They be wanting to skewer the shit. That's how they are, fake Christians. That's why I don't fight with them. I don't go against. Hey, you want to believe that shit? Go right ahead. But in my Bible, I know what first breath was. I read my Bible. I could go ahead on the Bible, but you know what? I'm a freaky Christian, so I'm not pure like that. You feel what I'm saying?
What is a freaky? What the hell is a freaky Christian?
I know what my sexual is, and I love me some ding-a-ling, so I know I'll be sinning. I got you, Tim. I'll be sinning, Tim. I'm not supposed to be doing nothing with you, Tim, but we will be doing shit. But guess what? I am a freaky Christian. I'm just fucking with you, Tim.
Speaking of freaky, have you heard about this woman here, Natalie? I can't think of it. Now she is this woman that is tagging along.
She's a smut. She's a snow roach smut.
She's an attractive woman, is she not?
If that's attractive, honey, golly, no, that woman is not cute. That's McUgly. That's fugly.
You actually think she's unattractive?
Yeah.
What's wrong with her?
Snow roach.
What's wrong with her?
That's a complete snow roach, and that is like yeah, I'm good. I would never want to see her butt naked. That's just nasty.
Oh my God. I mean, she looks like she.
Look at her skin to that white wall. For God's sake, you go on my pic. I got color. My wall is white, and look at.
Oh, they don't took Gangsta Grandma off the program. Oh my Lord. I don't think Gangsta Grandma said anything that was that bad. Look, this is Natalie. I keep forgetting her last name, but she's the one we talked about this. Alter Ego, that was not a win. You stop it. Alter Ego says win TikTok for taking down Gangsta Grandma. She's a good guest. In fact, today what she was talking about was very noble. That she's taken on 4 children, honoring a dying wish of a close friend. That's something a lot of folks would not do. I don't know if I couldn't afford to take on 4. That's a lot. Not only from a financial aspect, just from the amount of requirements it takes to be a parent to 4 children that you didn't birth. I mean, that's a lot. So look, that's a very noble deed that she's doing. In the comments, here's a take: pro-slavery equals pro-abortion. It comes down to a fundamental difference in what a human is. Let me read that again, Rita Rabble. You said, here's a take: if you're in favor of slavery, that means you're in favor of abortion. It comes down to a fundamental difference in what a human is. I guess I kind of get what you're saying. Because if you're pro-abortion, you don't think that is a human yet. And people who are pro-slavery don't think that that's a full human being either. Yeah, there's some similarity to that. I can see some sense in that. She has a good heart, says Delphi. Yeah, to do that is amazing. To do that is amazing, to take on 4 children. Anti-abortion is pro-slavery. No, I think I like Rita Rabble's explanation, because in both cases, you're not viewing it as a human being. I mean, there's a lot of Christians, I'm sure, that were pro-life during the era of slavery. I'm sure there were a lot of white Christians in this country that were pro-life during the era of slavery, but did not mind taking the life of a slave for the most mundane of violations. You tried to run away or you talked back or something like that, and they would have no problem taking the life of that slave. But in terms of another white baby in the process of being born, they would have been 100% pro-life for that child. So I agree with what he's saying, more so than the way you're putting it. In the comments, tap the screen, by the way, get us on up to 80,000. We'll go to the next caller. Forcing a woman to produce a government asset is illegal and slavery. Well, the government decides what's illegal or not. That's the problem. The government decides what's illegal. So you say forcing a woman to produce an asset is illegal and slavery. Well, if the government is forcing her to do it, then the government's going to say it's no longer illegal. Do you really know what it means to be pro-life? Because if you're not willing to feed, clothe, and shelter that baby from the womb until the age of 18, you should have gotten an AB. Kurt, wow. I understand your point. I think I would separate it by saying there's a difference between being pro-life and being pro-birth. Pro-life versus pro-birth. I believe the right are mislabeling what they really. I think they are pro-birth. I don't think folks on the right are pro-life. I think they are pro-birth. That's the difference. They want to ensure the child is carried to term and the mother gives birth to the child. Once the child is born, it's kind of like, don't ask me for shit. Don't ask me for shit from that point on. Obviously, a newborn, all the way to the age of 18, like you're mentioning, they will need things to sustain life. The right is not interested in giving them any of that. So they are pro-birth. They're with the child from conception to birth. From birth on, yeah, don't ask me for shit kicks in. So I would say pro-birth. In the comments, because just to have that baby here and not to feed it, not to clothe it, not to shelter it, that is inhumane. Yeah. What are you saying there, conservative into the deep ocean? Explain that. You need to come up and talk to me. Conservatives don't care after the baby is born. Wow. Most pro-lifers are pro-birth. pro-life means you against the death penalty and all of that. Yeah, that's another good point too. Well, conservative is one of those who is against the death penalty. Let me go back to the box. We'll go straight to MAGA reacts. Is he banging this chick, MAGA?
Well, I thought you guys think he's a pedophile. Isn't she too old for him if he's a fucking pedophile? Is he a pedophile or is he banging a chick? Make up your mind.
Most pedophiles do have a spouse too. You do realize that. Most of these teachers that are banging their students, they got a husband at home.
Still, this man has dated nothing but older women her age or older. Yeah, you keep calling him a pedophile. Even you brought up the Epstein files and all that.
Well, wait, hold on. When I brought up the Epstein files, I said I'm not saying Trump violated the innocence of a child. He's protecting people that has. We know at least. Would you agree that he's at least protecting by not releasing the Epstein files and not releasing any names? And Marjorie Taylor Greene saying he told her, if we release this, people I know will get hurt. Would you at least agree that he is likely protecting pedos?
No, because you could just get hurt from being in the file. Like, if your name was in the file, you would have people chewing you out every fucking day. Doesn't matter if you did anything or not.
Do you think anybody, do you think there's any pedo in it?
I went to visit him because he's my neighbor to give him some cookies.
Do you think
there's there to fuck children?
Do you think there are any pedos in the files at all?
I don't know. It's a file created by the FBI. It's not like God created the file and it has a list of all the pedos in the world.
So you believe
it's made by people that worked for fucking Biden. So I doubt it.
So you believe there's a possibility there may not be any pedos in the Epstein files at all?
No, because if there were, they legally have to go after them.
No, not if they don't.
Them. You know, Biden should have gone after them since he's the one that created the file.
I gotta say, you're the first person I have ever talked to on either side of the aisle that indicates there may not be any pedos in the Epstein files at all.
Rephrase that. There's not enough evidence to arrest any pedos in that file.
We don't know what's in the file.
I know some idiot's gonna come up and be like, "Oh, you said it this way." No, what I mean is, there's not enough evidence to go arrest anyone. Otherwise, we would have.
How do you know that? You don't know what's in the files.
I don't know, because usually that's how the fucking government works, Tim. I don't know.
You're the first. I gotta say,
so far they've released 2/3, and in the 2/3 they've released, there was like almost zero evidence of pedo. There's evidence of other shit that they went after in like England and shit, but they didn't arrest any. Like England gets credit for arresting pedos, but I'm like, they didn't arrest any pedos. They arrested people for doing other crimes that they found through the file.
You do realize that the FBI interviewed some young girl multiple times who stated that Trump not only tried to force her to perform oral on him, she bit his ass. I mean, you realize that's in the files, right?
Yeah, that's just hearsay. We don't know if that's
happened. Shit. If you're not gonna, I mean, the whole file is hearsay. I mean, everything the FBI got, all of their information could be deemed as hearsay then.
No, but you could usually back it up. If Trump and this lady were in the same city or the same building, or, you know, he's a very public figure. That's why, like, I call bullshit on the Eugene Carroll shit, because she won't tell us when it happened, because he's a very public figure. If this lady tells you, oh, he raped me on this day, you could go and see if we knew where he was on that day. And if he was on an airplane, or if he was in Dubai, where she says he's in New York raping her, or in West Palm Beach raping her, that's an easy to disprove.
So what do you think? That you think the FBI that interviewed this girl on different occasions, saying that Trump raped her at like 13 or 14, you think all that's just made up?
I don't know. I don't know why she thinks
that. What reason do you have to doubt it?
So why are you acting like she has to be telling the truth when people make up shit all the time? How many people have recanted?
You think a 13, 14-year-old is savvy enough to lie to the FBI multiple times and they can't catch it? She's that good?
Well, obviously they caught it since they didn't fucking follow it up. I mean, shit, we got the information and no one's been able to prove anything. You got a million people trying to prove that fucking Trump's a pedo.
Why would she lie?
The same info the FBI had.
Why would a 13-year-old lie on a real estate mogul? Like, I mean, why would a 13-year-old lie to the feds like that?
I don't know, Tim. Why do any of these people lie?
I'm trying to figure out
she's
what would
not
make
the
you
first-
even.
It
What
wouldn't
would
be the
make you
first
even
like
think
fake
that?
allegation.
I'm trying to figure out what would make you even go to the possibility that she's lying. A 13-year-old comes forward and says her teacher raped her after gym class. We don't start what a 13-year-old might be lying. I mean, you generally believe a kid.
At least in that situation, we know her and the teacher were at the school at the same time. We don't even know if Trump and this lady were anywhere near each other at any time. You know, if it's a teacher, it's like you go to school every day with a fucking teacher. That's possible. You don't get to hang out with Trump every I've never hung out with Trump. So if I go and say that I fucking
you want to suck some dick?
Raped by him.
You want to suck some dick or something? Listen, hold on. You think when the FBI interviewed her, they didn't look into it and find out if they were in the same location at the same time? I mean, I'm assuming they would have done that. That's like rule number one. Let's prove they were in the same location together.
You talk to her first, then you try to figure out if they're in the same location. And that's probably why they let it go, because they couldn't prove that they were in the same location. I mean, that would at least help.
I don't think that's why they let it go.
And then, like, who was with her? Like, was her parents with her the whole time? Who was with Trump? Was his wife with him the whole time? Yeah. How did he get rid of his wife and find time to do? I mean, this is all what if. I don't know the details of this fact. You bring it up. You don't even know all the details.
Well, I'll tell you this. I don't think they let it go. I think what happened is because these are really high prominent people, folks just let it go for the fact of these folks had enough money and influence for people to back off. I don't think that they thought they were innocent. I think they kind of had their own little club going on, and they had enough power and influence that the people whose job is responsible for going after them just let them get away with it. That's what, like, it's the same way with the Catholic Church. I mean, they had enough power and influence to just do it.
I think it's kind of the same thing, but the opposite side of it. I think these people have like logbooks. You know where they are. You know where they've been. You got records of them being driven by a chauffeur. You got records of them being at work. So it's very hard to make fake allegations without like some sort of proof. I mean, this is 2026. Like, you could disprove shit really easy.
To me, you ever heard of the phrase where there's smoke, there's fire? There is, when it comes to what we're discussing right now in regards to Trump, there is so much smoke. This is the black type smoke, not the white shit you see after they don't douse the fire. I mean, you can see this stuff for miles in the sky. I mean, what he said about Lindsay Lohan. Him passing a girl on the fucking escalator saying I'll be dating her in 10 years. Him talking about what it was like to go into the dressing room of 15-year-old pageant contestants. He's cheated on every wife. Like, how much more smoke you need to see? Ghislaine Maxwell is now in minimum security. We don't know why that happened. Why all of a sudden did she go to minimum security? Folks who were hardcore Trump supporters came out like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lorena Bobbitt saying that he's hiding the fire. Why is all of this smoke? None of that smoke to you, huh?
No, I don't think so. I've read the court, and I know what like actually passes as evidence and what's circumstantial. And most of that shit is like hearsay and circumstantial bullshit. Like, if you go to court with this, you would get laughed at worse than Trump when he went to court for the election.
I agree with you. I'm not saying it's enough to convict him, but what I'm saying is it's absolute. If you believe
guess what? Unlike the election, they actually investigated it for 4 years.
That's what I was going to say.
People investigating it actually hated Trump and wanted to put him in jail and stop him from becoming president.
But that's what I was going to say. If you believe the alleged smoke you're seeing on the 2020 election, and keep in mind, in regards to the 2020 election, we got Trump on record and many folks on the right on record telling a whole lot of lies about the election. We don't have anybody on record lying about the Epstein stuff. No one. It ain't like the FBI or anybody came forward and said that witness was lying. Nobody. We have people arrested for lying.
It's easy to investigate this shit. I just showed you examples of how you can investigate this shit.
What?
You can easily investigate. Elections are very hard to investigate because election documents. You're gonna get me banned. Why do you always bring it back to fucking?
Well, even if you're gonna
actually, I brought it back. My bad. That's me this time.
Okay, so you say the elections are difficult to investigate or easy to investigate. I don't know.
Because it's all a secret. Your vote should be fucking private. and it's very hard to prove that it's fraud because it's private.
Pedophilia is pretty hard to investigate as well. If there's no cameras catching the act.
I mean, in some ways, yes, but especially when you do it like 20 years after the fact or 30 years after the fact. But in a lot of ways, not really, because you could prove if the two people have never been in the same city or the same town or the same building, you know, especially with a public figure like Trump. Yeah. Like I said, if we know where he's at, we know he's at the White House, we know he's at Mar-a-Lago. Even when he's not president, he's always on TV. You know his fucking schedule. He works with people. People see him every fucking day.
Okay.
So
a lot of the things I'm sure what you're saying.
Let me put it like that.
I'm sure what you're saying. I'm sure what you're saying applied to Epstein as well. He was a big time, well known person too, and he found plenty. I mean, keep in mind the guy's traveling out of the country. Trump's been to the island. Trump's been all over the fucking world. There's plenty of room for him to do what he wanted. If he was doing what we're talking about, there's plenty of room for him to do that. You're making it sound like because he's a celebrity, he couldn't hide it.
But Epstein's victims were on the island with him. So we know they're both on the island. We don't know if anyone was on, in Mar-a-Lago at the same time as Trump and was,
I think
it's very easy to disprove, Tim. And that's why,
what's easy to disprove? Wait, what's easy to disprove?
Okay, with Epstein, he did his shit on the island.
That's not true.
We know
I don't believe
because
that.
They were also on the island.
That's not true. You think Epstein, who owned his own island, had infinite wealth? You think anytime he got horny, he had to go to that island? If he's laying in a posh Beverly Hills hotel and he gets horny, you think he's got to go to the airport and fly all the way to that island before he do something? You think Ghislaine Maxwell couldn't send him some shit?
And then there'll be proof of that girl flying.
Not necessarily.
Going to his hotel.
No, not necessarily. I mean, he banged, what was her name? Stormy Daniels. Nobody knew about that at all until it came out.
Also, Tim, Epstein was nowhere near as public as Trump is. Trump's been public all his life. Epstein isn't. So he's got less of an alibi most of the time. He can sneak away to an island.
You really think that Trump?
He's doing the Apprentice.
You really think that Trump is so popular, was such a celebrity that he couldn't find any time to sneak away and get some? It was impossible to do that, is what you're saying.
No, all I'm saying is he's popular enough where you have to be on point with your fake allegation. You have to know his exact schedule, and to do it like a really good fake allegation, you got to know where he's at, like this hotel on this day, and say that and have proof that you were at that hotel on the same day.
That man could walk into one of his high rises, and people see him. TMZ is outside seeing him go into his high rise. And they could sneak him out the fucking back door and get him to an airport. And TMZ is still outside the high rise. He ain't so popular that he can't be moved around. That's crazy. They put Trump on a military plane and nobody knew he was on there. But they can't do this as a citizen.
We found out 2 days later or 3 days later.
Right. He could have fucked a bunch of kids in that time.
He's popular where he can't get away with it because if there was a kid on the fucking Air Force One and she said she was molested, then you could be like, oh, Trump must have molested her. But you can't say you got molested by Trump when you've never been on Air Force One.
You making it sound like
on Air Force One on the day you said you got molested. I'm just saying, there's a lot of easy ways. When you're as public as Trump, there's easy ways to disprove allegations.
The reason why I don't understand why you think this way is because they snuck chicks in for Kennedy as president all the time, and he was banging them, and the public didn't know. President Clinton obviously got laid by Monica Lewinsky, and that didn't. You trying to tell me some kid being taken a tour of the White House? That's what we're being told is these kids were taking a tour of the White House. You telling me something couldn't happen?
Why do we know that Monica Lewinsky was telling the truth? Why did we know
Because
that?
Somebody snitched.
Because she's a fucking White House intern. We know she was at the White House.
But it didn't come out until somebody who she confided in snitched.
But still, when she had her allegations, we knew she's a White House intern that was at the White House at the same time as Clinton. We have no proof that this 13-year-old of yours was at the White House, was at the Air Force, was at the Air Force One, was on... we don't have any proof that she was on fucking Trump Tower. We have no proof that she was at Mar-a-Lago. I mean, like, when did this happen? Where did it happen? And was Trump there at the same time? And Trump being such a public person, if you said you fucking, you got raped by him when he was filming The Apprentice, then it's easily disproven because we know he was filming The Apprentice all day.
So your belief is that all of these folks accusing him are just lying? Because there are grown women that also are accusing him. You think all of them are just lying?
I mean, they have to tell us when it happened, where it happened.
They are telling you. You just don't believe it.
Where Trump was that day.
They are telling you. You just don't believe
where
it.
Trump was that day.
So all these people are just making up a similar story about this dude. And your first inclination is they all, well, I need to see proof. They're all probably lying about it. They're all giving you the same kind of story.
First of all, you're telling me generic bullshit. Telling me a specific case. You want to talk about E. Jean Carroll? Because I'll tear the E. Jean Carroll fucking thing apart.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will. She's got DNA on a dress that she had, first of all. It wasn't kept in an evidence locker with the police. She had it for the last 20, 30 years. The DNA is on her shoulders, not inside her, not inside the dress or anywhere near her private. If this guy had his hand up her shit, why is his DNA only on her shoulder and not all over her fucking, that area?
Why do you think this shit didn't work in court? Surely he had the best lawyers you could get. You tell me you're better than his lawyers?
It was civil court in New York. Okay. It's not like if you had a choice between sending Trump to jail or not, then yeah, I would have some trust in the verdict. But their choice was, do we give this poor lady $5 million? And it doesn't hurt Trump in any way for them to fucking say that she was.
You do realize the judge told President Trump, if the statute of limitations hadn't expired, I would be charging you with a crime. The judge even made it clear.
It's bullshit, Tim. There's not enough for beyond reasonable doubt.
So the judge don't know. So the judge don't know what he's talking about.
Because he's biased as fuck.
How do you know? How do you know the judge is biased? How do you know the judge is biased?
Because he let this case even happen. This lady has no proof. Everything that she says was hearsay. It's all shit that she said to another person. We don't even know when it happened.
It's amazing.
Because if she would have said the day it happened, then all we have to do is look at Trump's schedule and be like, hey, he was in fucking Europe. How did he essay her when he was in Europe?
It's amazing. You're hearing this and you're saying it's hearsay, yet you believe the election, which there's nothing but a ton of hearsay coming out. You believe the claims on the election, and that's all loaded with, not only is it loaded with hearsay, they've been able to actually prove that the Trump administration lied about a bunch of stuff. They actually proved it. You ain't proved nobody lied on Trump. We've been able to prove that Trump lied. Let's not go
over it again, because I've already gone over it 100 times. Now back to this lady. Back to this lady behind you. This is a cancer survivor that survives cancer because Trump passes a law.
So what is she doing? So what is she doing? So what is she getting? So what has she decided to upgrade to dick for chemotherapy?
No, because of him, she's alive. He passed a law that's like, if you're dying, you could try experimental drugs before the FDA approved.
That's
he passed that law. That law saved her life, and she decided to work for him.
Her brother says.
Her brother's saying that she used to like George Bush when she was what, like 16? Who gives a fuck? She's not the same person now that she was when she was 16.
Why did Trump just let her in his orbit like that though?
I mean, he needs trust. People that are loyal to him. People that want to fucking...
Like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene. You said he needs to trust people. You said he needs to he needs to trust people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, huh?
I don't know. I don't know what happened with MTG.
Yeah, the Epstein list is what happened with MTG.
Well, she's too stupid to realize that if they had proof that they would fucking go after him. I don't know. Again, the Epstein thing, there's so much unknown. I can't debate you until we know everything.
And it's only unknown because of him.
I doubt it. I think when the next person comes in, if they're a Democrat, they're not going to release the
that man either. Trump could snap his fingers.
And they release the files, I'll pay you
now, Trump could snap his fingers and everything about the Epstein file could be made public. The only reason we don't have that is he is not letting it be released. That's all that's stopping this. So
the problem is that there's shit in there that hurts regular people, like the victims. I mean, some people are
the victims want it released. The victims want it
no,
released.
but the victims were. You guys were also bitching that he had the victims' names unredacted and shit like that.
Okay.
I mean, there's
Yeah,
sensitive
he released
shit in there.
that. He released the victims' information, but the suspects
I'm
have been
not gonna
kept.
argue about shit that I don't know what's in the missing pieces.
I gotta
if
move
I knew
it
what
on.
was in the missing pieces, I'd be like, okay. But I don't know.
All right, I gotta move it on. It's interesting.
Until you have proof that he's a real pedo, show me at least one girlfriend of his that's actually even young. I haven't seen a single young girl that he's dated.
I gotta go.
Random fucking comment he makes.
I'll leave it at that. Screen. By the way, folks, this is often why a lot of women that suggest they've been victimized sometimes say they don't come forward. I mean, can you imagine if you gotta come forward and claim you've been assaulted and you gotta talk to somebody like that? I mean, on face value, his default position is that you're lying. He's not taking you at face value. He's starting out from the premise that you are lying about this. So you got to first convince him you're telling the truth before you get any sort of, and that's going to lead to some really insulting questions and probing. If you've been victimized and you're trying to tell somebody what happened to you and this person is pushing back from an aspect that you're lying about it, you're already in a bad way. You're just not going to want to talk to that kind of person. Anyway, tap the screen, get the lights on up to 95, if you will. We might get up over the hump. And help you well with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goes. Not a lot of love today, but we can ask. Know if you know who assaulted you, they can literally pull their DNA from you. That's assuming that's still there, Cedric. That's assuming a lot of women, if they get assaulted, they may go take a shower or a bath. Some, they just want to get that off of them. All women don't have the wherewithal to just go the way they are down to some clinic or the hospital and let them do a rape kit. Some women want to wash that off of them because of how they feel. Sometimes they may sit around for days after going through a traumatic event like that. In some cases, it may be months or years. So DNA is not always available, but I get your point. Go question Ashley Biden about her pedo daddy Joe showering with her at 13. And it's crazy. You believe that, but when it comes to Trump, you don't believe it. You believe you take what you've heard about this diary on Biden or her you take that at face value. And that's just one person. There's dozens coming after Trump. And you're shooting them all down like they're bowling pins at a bowling alley. There's only one, all it takes is one person for you to believe Biden. But you can shoot down person at the person when it comes to Trump. Possibly children, certainly adults. Just shooting them all down when it comes to Trump. But all I need is the one person on Biden, we're good to go. Looking in the comments, victims were in New Mexico and his New York City apartment, says didn't count. Yeah, in regards to proving they're in the same location at once, I'm absolutely certain if the FBI continued interviewing these kids, they got over that real quick. That's like step one. We got to prove that these two people were in proximity to each other. I'm sure they proved that. I mean, MAGA Reacts is making it sound like, well, they didn't prove they were together. I'm certain they proved that. That's you're not going to go further if they can't do that. Denkel, I apologize. I did not see that. So we'll make that happen right away. I did not see that Galaxy request or that Galaxy. We'll go straight to the box. Tap the screen. That's why they didn't go further. That's not true, MAGA-Rex. They interviewed. So that's not true that they didn't go any further. Denkel, good evening. Welcome to the program.
Good evening. Good evening.
Hey, so I take it you heard that?
Yeah, it's always pretty tough to listen to MAGA Reacts, man.
MAGA Reacts, hold on. MAGA Reacts is quickly coming, probably my most, other than Gangsta Grandma, I probably get more mail on MAGA Reacts than anybody else, but go ahead.
Well, what I wanted to say, first of all, is you see how much attention he places on trying to get rid of any type of thing that might incriminate Trump. Like he's making videos and showing people how things are happening. He's using his PlayStation. He's telling us about this woman who got this surgery that he was the one who authorized it, and he can tell you all about that. But ask him if he listened to the transcript or he watched Trump's video in the E. Jean Carroll case, where they asked him, they said he made a statement talking about, rich people or famous people, they let you do it when you're rich, they let you sexually abuse them. They asked him the question, and he said, yeah, historically they do.
Yes.
And they asked him, do you view yourself as one of these famous rich people? He said yes.
He kind of performed just like Bill Cosby did when he was talking about Quaaludes. He pretty much made it clear, yes, I be doing the shit that could lead to this. I'm pleading innocent, but yeah, I be doing that shit. That's kind of what he was saying.
And then they asked him, then he said some shit about, and she said she enjoyed it, right? Like, dude.
Yeah. He said there's no smoke on that. Even with him in regards to E. Jean Carroll, calling her a fat pig and saying she was ugly, and then when they showed pictures, he couldn't even tell the difference between her and his ex-wife. It's like, that is my ex-wife, man. The fat pig, the ugly one you're not attracted to, now she looks like your wife? So...
I don't care what nobody says. Whenever a grown man, he wasn't just a grown man. I'm talking about when he saw that little child on that escalator, he was probably in his 50s. And anybody who looks at a child and you have to have something in you that finds them attractive to even say some shit about what they're gonna be like in 10 years.
Yeah.
How can you fetishize about a kid? When I see a 10-year-old, I don't think nothing about what they're gonna look like. There is no physical attraction to make me think that I'm gonna be,
Yeah. Yeah, if you're looking at a 10-year-old and saying I'll be dating her in 10 years, that means you see something attractive in her now to make that statement. Not to mention, he said that about it. Yeah, he said that about his own daughter too.
Dating, they mean fucking. They don't mean like we gonna take her out. They mean I would be. Then they asked him what do he have in common with his daughter, and he said sex, and everybody's fucking laughing.
Yeah, I don't know. Listen.
This shit.
That's what I was going to say. I just think MAGA reacts in regards to that last conversation. He was just trying to defend Trump no matter what. Because you're right. Trump saying that, if she wasn't my daughter, I would be dating her. The only time a dude says he wants to date a woman is he finds her fuckable. Ain't no dude looking at a woman and saying I want to date her if she ain't fuckable. If you're saying I would like to date her, or if she wasn't married, I would be dating her. In this case, he said if she wasn't my daughter, I would be dating her. Then that means you find her fuckable. That it's as clear as that.
The lady, she's loyal and all of this shit. And this chick jumped in the back of a fucking trunk, bro. She's got to be a national security nightmare.
Yeah, for her to jump in the back of a trunk, yeah, that is crazy. You talking about
service and all of them people around her got to be like, this is the type of shit you see in what was that movie about that young Latina lady that eventually got killed by her assistant?
I don't know the movie you're talking about.
I forgot. She was a real famous Hispanic singer, and I think.
Oh, you talking about Selena?
Yeah. Like that's the obsessive shit. Like she gonna do some shit like that.
Do you think he hitting it? Do you think Trump is hitting this?
No, Trump can't hit. His dick can't get hard, man.
She can play with it.
Yeah, she might. Yeah, I mean, she be changing his diaper, so shit. She obviously.
Because I'm going to tell you something. Listen, if you do want to step out on Melania, this is your ticket. She ain't going to say shit. This bitch jumping in trunks for you. She ain't saying nothing.
Until he get tired of her,
and
then all of it's going to come out. When she's no longer in his orbit for whatever reason, all of this shit is going to come out. And I'm acting like he's been just the moral character and this motherfucker cheated on every goddamn woman he had.
And in the comments, Michael Hacker says RVs have no trunks. I think she jumped in the trunk of a Secret Service vehicle or something. She jumped in the trunk of something.
I don't care if she jumped in the tailgate of a damn SUV. That shit ain't normal.
Yeah, she would have to be a Secret Service nightmare, forcing her way into places. Because there's been places where there was no room for her, and she was insisting. No, Trump said I could come, and she jumping in shit. So,
right. And then they say she's in just about every meeting in the White House. That means she's getting secret information that some of the cabinet members ain't even privy to.
Wow. Who is she? Where? I mean, this bitch may be a Russian spy. Like, where did she come from?
That's what I'm saying. I know the national security apparatus is like, damn, what the? And he's steady telling me, let her come in. Let her, and they don't see shit wrong with that. Imagine if goddamn Barack Obama just had some fine chick just, you know what I'm saying, following him around.
It reminds me of, it's an old movie. I don't know if any of you seen it. It's a Steven Spielberg movie called Munich, where the Jews are getting back folks who bombed them or this, but they were systemically taking revenge on every terrorist they had. But anyway, they used a woman. They used a woman to get one of them like that. I mean, because if she's getting close to him like that, she could certainly hurt him.
Right. No, that's why I said look, she could possibly in the future be looked at as the evil Braun. And I hate making that comparison because everybody, but that's what it's like. Like, you just don't have just these random people. She has no fucking official duties. They call it the printer lady because she used to carry around a portable printer and just print off favorable shit.
Yeah.
To him, and just
she might be the one printing off them pictures of Obama's as monkeys and shit. Here, do this. The liberals will hate you with this one, sir. This will make the liberals cry, sir. Send this one out.
Then the Jim Magariak jumped up talking about something they are. I don't know of him ever dating a young woman. Every damn woman he had been 20 years younger than him or more.
Yeah, but in defense of Magariax, he said that there's no evidence that Trump ever dated an underage person.
Yeah, because you don't date underage persons.
You can't imagine him sitting at Olive Garden when she wants the macaroni and cheese.
I guarantee you we had no evidence of Epstein dating younger women.
That's a good point.
You don't date them. You just have sex with them.
That's a good point. Yeah, Epstein sitting there with a 2-year-old, with a 6-year-old. She'll take the macaroni and cheese.
I guess we can say the same thing about our boy for that with Playboy.
You talking about Hugh Hefner?
Hugh Hefner, yeah. All of his women was of age.
Yeah. Have you heard though? Apparently, he tried to warn the cops about Epstein.
Yes.
So that's
he had the nerve because some of the women that he was messing with came out and said they was underage and they knew it. So they had a whole little ring, and Trump used to hang around all of that shit.
Yeah, and that's another one. MAGA was suggesting that there's no smoke, but that's another one is that you know when they say birds of a feather flock together, you're hanging around all the kind of people that do this shit, which also to me is smoke as well. You're hanging around people that are in this. I mean, because he was a big, Bill Clinton. His story with Monica and all the women that accused him and Bill Clinton were thick as thieves back then. You hung around him too.
And they get on TV talking about when he stole some of the young women that used to work for me, then I stopped messing with him. So you trying to say if you discover your best friend is an axe murderer, you just gonna stop fucking with him? You ain't gonna turn him in. You just gonna stop messing with him.
Yeah. To me, I'd say that the simplest way to get past with him refusing to release the Epstein files, that to me is about the most. When we talk about where there's smoke, there's fire. The way he's treated the Epstein files to the point where you got Marjorie Taylor Greene and Bobar coming out and saying that kind of stuff, that don't look good. Yeah, we can talk about whatever, like with MAGA reaction, any of that shit. But the way he's handling the Epstein files, that looks terrible. In fact, most of the MAGA I talked to, that are no longer fans of Trump, it's either the Iran war or that Epstein shit. Because even a lot of MAGA are like, I'm not saying Trump hurt, did anything to any kids, but the way he's handling this looks terrible.
And so a lot of people probably don't know, but right now, the state of New Mexico is trying to investigate his mansion, his big ranch there in New Mexico, where a lot of this stuff is supposed to have happened.
Whose ranch? Whose ranch?
Epstein.
They haven't done that yet?
No.
What the fuck?
Said, ain't nobody ever came here, questioned me, nothing. And now the state is trying to investigate it, and guess what? They can't get no participation from the DOJ.
I bet you by now that
independent investigation in the DOJ, they actually suing them.
Wow.
To get information, because he was not just doing it on the island.
Yeah,
he was doing. We know he was doing it in his mansion in New York.
That's what I told MAGA when he tried to say going to the island. I'm like, this dude is super rich. He's got properties everywhere. You think if he's laying in Beverly Hills or he's laying in some posh hotel in Manhattan and he gets horny, he got to go to the airport and fly to the island? Like, this dude got Ghislaine Maxwell was essentially like a pimp. Go find me something and bring it. I mean, like, he's fucking people on the mainland. He ain't just doing that on the island. That's crazy.
Right, and they was going to each other's. Hell, the motherfucker Trump goes to goddamn Mar-a-Lago and Bedminster almost every fucking weekend. You trying to tell me that people ain't sophisticated enough? He already told you he had young women working in Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, because he said Epstein took one of them.
He said stole.
Yeah.
I don't know how you steal another human being, but he said he stole her.
And he makes it sound like when Epstein stole this masseuse from his ranch, his place at Mar-a-Lago, they had a falling out. This is a fucking masseuse that you guys are probably paying $20,000 a year or less. You can find 1 million of those. Why are you upset with him for taking her? Did she have sort of like Liam Neeson, a particular set of skills? Like, who gives a fuck? One of my masseuses went with him. You can find 1 million of those.
She might have been special because I think that was the same one who ended up with the prince over in fucking what was his name? Prince Andrew.
And somebody in the comments says 30% of the U.S. finds Donald J. Trump palatable. MAGA's dying. Oh, 30% is what MAGA's always been, Nardy boy. I think about 30% of the voting population has always been diehard MAGA. I don't know if that's really that. I think the MAGA said. Would you agree with me that the number of MAGA is probably dwindling?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure. I just heard, and not saying that I believe in all polls or whatever, but they saying they did a national average of polls across all of these different pollsters, and his support has dropped from 85% to 79%.
Well, I mean, the thing is simple. I mean, everybody voted for Trump for various reasons, and I don't care if you name 10 different reasons. You go get a whole bunch of people that voted for Trump, and you come up with the top 10 reasons that people voted for him. Probably 6 of those things didn't come true. So the people that voted for those 6 ain't happy. I mean, most of the things Trump campaigned on and promised hasn't happened. So you
alienated. I mean, a lot of foreigners voted for him, and that last a lot of them. It's a whole bunch of them that's no longer on the Trump train, and we got evidence. We got to be. I will.
Yeah, that.
A couple months later, he's lying to me.
Yeah. The Cubans and the Venezuelans. I think he probably is hurt. I think he's probably hurt the Republican Party going forward with Cuban citizens and Venezuelan citizens and Haitians. He probably has hurt his vote with them more so than African Americans because
he had some Arabs. He had a bunch of Arabs in Dearborn.
Jesus.
They flipped that whole district.
What?
Won Dearborn, Michigan. Just think of that.
Well, get a man credit. Trump, when they say, I gotta give Trump credit. If you could flip Dearborn, Michigan, where there's a predominantly Muslim base, You're flipping Miami where all these Cubanos, you got Venezuelans voting for you. I mean, obviously he did them dirty, but I got to give him credit. I mean, he did what normally would be considered as the unthinkable.
Yeah, he almost doubled the black men vote from like 9% to 20%.
What the fuck? What gives him that power? I mean, shout out to him. I mean, the Republicans are going to probably have to study him because they're obviously going to have a hard time getting minority votes in the future.
I don't think studying him is a good idea because it takes a certain kind of person to be able to promise that much and get people to believe it, because that's not a normal strategy. You got to be a cult of personality to be able to just tell, that's like selling ice to a damn, to somebody live in Iceland or some shit.
He's good. That's why I keep saying it. Trump, when I say Kamala Harris was not a good, I think she had the qualifications, but I don't think she was a good candidate. Certainly going up against Trump, I think Trump was an excellent candidate because the goal is to be able to sell yourself to the people, and I think Trump did an excellent job at that. It's based on a lot of things he had no intentions of ever doing, but it worked. I mean, it's like trying to be. I always compare being a politician to like being a door-to-door vacuum salesman. You knocking on doors cold. These are cold sales, and you got to convince people that what you're trying to sell is what they need. Now, you may promise them that this thing sucks, fucking bowling ball through a garden hose. May be completely lying, but you're telling them something that makes them want to buy it. It may be completely dishonest. And I think what Trump did as a salesman was told people what they wanted to hear to get them to vote. He was really good at selling himself. And he still is.
It's even deeper than that, because even when people sees that he's not doing the shit that he said he was going to do, somehow he's got into their heads to make them reject.
He's good.
Reject.
Yeah, it's like saying that the vacuum cleaner will suck a bowling ball through a garden hose, and the person calls back and says, this ain't working. And he says, all you got to do is buy this other attachment. I assure you it'll work. So now they're mailing you out attachments. So
if you keep on sucking,
right.
it's work. You just got to have faith.
Yep. Short-term pain for long-term gain. I got to move it on, but let's take a bow for the man. He is really good at what he does.
Hey, look, one more quick thing. Hey, I don't know if you know or anybody else know, but Trump just got the Regulatory Commission to designate his World Financial a bank. So now, yeah. They got regulatory permission to become a bank. Now, these are the same people that bankrupted goddamn casinos. And it's a lot easier to blow up.
Do the Republicans, I can't listen, I understand Trump. If you can get away with it, more power to you. But I look at the Republican Party and have to ask them, like, do you realize what he's doing to your party? Either you guys better stay in power forever, or you just are idly standing by watching him ruin your party. Even if you don't plan on being a congressman or a senator anymore, you're going to go back to the private sector. You obviously still care. Your heart is with conservative values and Republican values in this great nation. What you're doing, by letting him do whatever, you're going to make folks run away from the Republican Party. So your children may grow up in a left-wing America because you allowed somebody wearing your banner of the Republican Party do all this stuff that none of y'all stand for.
And he tells them to their face every couple of days. Do you care about the affordability? I don't care about do you care about people's financial? I don't care about nothing. Do you care about the people fighting the wars? No, they should fight a little. He tells them every step of the way, and they'll get up on here and they will be doing the Sammy Davis Jr. up on this joker, trying to convince us that we are all radicals and we don't know what we're talking about. But I told you in the beginning, Tim, the pendulum always swings back to the other side, and sometimes harder.
And that's about to happen. Denkel, appreciate it. Thank you. And in the comments, Handsome Conservative says, oh my God, I just made a mistake. Hold on a second. I ended up canceling that whole damn laugh. I'll just start it back up. It says, just like the Democrats who make promises to their party yet never deliver on them, even when they're in power. This is not about lying on a campaign promise. That's not the only thing this is about, Handsome Conservative. This is about allowing Congress and the Senate are allowing Trump to do things that they are fundamentally against: the spending, the corruption, and the self-grandizing. I mean, appointing people that do not have any sort of background or education in many of, like Lindsey Graham's sister may actually cost the Republican Party to lose South Carolina. She don't know what she's doing. Lindsey Graham was, regardless of your politics, Lindsey Graham was very well versed at what he was doing. He's been in national politics for years. His sister is not. His sister is not. By Trump, giving an endorsement to this woman, which is what is leading people to vote for her, is leading folks on the right to vote for her. She's unqualified. Her only qualification, talking about Lindsey Graham's sister, her only qualification is she's the brother of Lindsey Graham, and she is likely to be very loyal to President Trump. But in terms of actually knowing what's going on, being able to reach across the aisle and make relationships, she doesn't have any of that. She's not Lindsey Graham by any stretch of the imagination. So he may have really hurt them and put the Senate in jeopardy, a Senate position or a Senate seat in jeopardy in South Carolina. She's not qualified. You guys want to talk about women that are not qualified. You talk about Kamala Harris and she slept her way to the top and whatever. This woman has no qualification whatsoever. She should not. I was talking about it on the show. She's not even qualified to do the short-term stint that she's doing now. She's not even qualified to do that. But certainly to give her 6 years, that's fucking crazy. That's crazy. So and she just had a debate, and her performance was terrible. She just had a debate the other day, and yeah, she had a horrible performance. Dan05, you're saying AOC. What about AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? By the way, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has been in Congress since 2018. She's knowledgeable. You may not like anything she stands for, but at this point, she is not only knowledgeable, she's valuable. She has a huge following. She can raise money. AOC is valuable at this point. You just may think she's a bird brain in regards to what she stands for, the same way the left believed that of Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lorraine Bobart when they were in there. But Marjorie Taylor Greene, just like AOC, was valuable. She was raising a ton of money. She was a valuable congresswoman. Talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene, AOC is very valuable. And it's possible that if Marjorie Taylor Greene had stayed in favor with President Trump, she was probably going to have the potential of climbing a ladder, just like AOC has the potential of climbing a ladder. AOC, you could certainly see her becoming a senator in New York or a possible governor or something. Now, nationally, that's different. We can have a different conversation. But in New York, just like Marjorie Taylor Greene, nationally is a different story. But in Georgia, there was room for her to grow. There was room for AOC to grow in New York. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, looking in the comments, Melania Trump is a Bigfoot man. What the fuck? Tap the screen, get us up to 110. The boy on with the hat and mustache TikTok cap goes, I ain't seen that in forever, but I'm going to bring it up. There may be somebody out there that show the program some love. No, nobody considers Biden their savior or Lord, and anyone that thinks magic people exist are insanely. What does that say? I've never heard nobody refer to Biden as daddy. I don't know I've never seen anybody get a Biden tattoo, put Biden's face on their car. Yeah, it's not even the same. You want to talk about the loyalty to a president? They weren't even doing that about Obama. And there were a lot of folks that were more loyal to Obama than Biden, but nobody has a Biden tattoo on their body or none of that shit. Some of the stuff people have done for Trump is insane. So never mind, you are in two codes. The one called, what does this say? The one called just use your calls for followers because you're all so gullible already. Well, you can be a caller. Who was that in there? Bob McPherson or whatever. You can look if you have the Substack, TikTok, Clapper, or Instagram app, same name on all platforms, The Handsome Liberal. If I see you, I'll bring you up first. I'll give you plenty of time to make your case. 10 to 15 minutes is what I give most guests. We're MAGA friendly. We don't stop you or censor you. You can be critical of anybody, including me. So if you believe that it's all about gullibility or Democratic cults or whatever, come on over. We'll leave the light on for you. Come on over. We'll bring you up first. Anyway, looking in the comment section, AOC went to college for her job, I thought. I don't know what her educational background is. I know she was a bartender, but she knocked on doors and talked to the people. So remember I used a vacuum cleaner salesman analogy. She talked to the people because she beat somebody that was an incumbent. AOC beat somebody that had been in her position for quite a while. She beat a long-term candidate to get that job. So she went around and sold herself. So she said what the people of New York wanted to hear, and she's been winning re-elections ever since. So the people like her. The people actually do like her. Just in New York, nationally, different story. Never heard of Sleepy Don or Poopy Don. And yes, she went to college. Fair enough. Trump voters are just simple-minded, stupid people. They need that Kool-Aid by Jim Jones. I don't believe all Trump voters are simple-minded or stupid. Some Trump voters are actually doing quite well. Folks that may be investing in gold or investing in prison stocks, prisons for profit. There are areas of our country that are doing very well thanks to President Trump being in office. So poly market, people are making a killing off of that. Some few folks are making money off crypto. There are people that are making money off of Trump. Mostly folks of the upper class, but there are people that are making money off of Trump's administration. Going back to the box, tap the screen and get the likes on up, if you will. We'll make it happen with Gino 2439. Gino, yes, Frosters are doing super well right now. All right, fair enough. Gino, good evening. Can you hear me? Apparently not. So we'll move it on. Tap the screen, get us up to 115. Try to bring up the guest there. Sometimes for some reason, we bring up some folks. It does and doesn't. Mike G. Fair enough. Hello, Tim. Yep. Making money with other people when other people are dying. Yeah, that happens. That does happen. Mike, good evening.
Washington lemon juice. And
okay, this is not good. We got guests that are requested to come up, but they're having conversations in the background. We'll go to Jovan. We like to get a few new guests every now and then, but for some reason when we do this, they don't play through. They're putting in their requests. In the comments, I tried to call on Substack, but it didn't work. I didn't because I didn't see your request, or I would have brought you up. We'll see if we can make that happen. Are you on there now? Because I did send a request to you. While we're doing that, we'll go back to the box. So make it happen with Lewis. Good evening, Lewis. At Think Point, the majority of TikTok MAGA have no critical thinking skills or they're raging racist. Yeesh. Going back to the box, I can't. You can't my live on TikTok. Go to Substack. Same thing. Handsome Liver on Substack, Instagram, all the other apps. We're on a bunch of these. So we'll go to Paranoid Android on Instagram. Don't know what's going on with TikTok. We'll try it again in a minute if we can't bring up Paranoid Android. What does that say? So never mind you. Oh, I saw that already in the comments here. Gangsta liberal, stick the ruler. Thank you very much. Wow. Okay, haven't seen that. Okay, can you hear me?
Got a donation?
Huh?
You got a donation?
No, but go ahead.
Oh, nice. Hey, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. What brings you? So what brings you on?
Oh, well, first off, I want to ask if you did any research on Sharia law since the last time we spoke a few days ago.
I haven't done research, but I already know it's a very religious, pro-male, right-leaning form of governance. I kind of already know what it's about.
Right. So, I mean, last time we were talking about just the understanding of the perspective of the disdain towards Islam.
Mm-hmm.
And Islam ran countries. Not that I'm not a war sympathizer. Let me start off by saying that to the new viewers that didn't hear last time. You know, I'm not pro-war.
So you believe Trump made the wrong decision with the Iran war?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
I'm not pro-war. I mean, I was trying to just speak on the behalf of people who have disdain towards Islam.
But let me say this. Ilhan Omar, the congresswoman up in Minnesota, she's been a congresswoman for several years now. There's no inclination of Sharia law taking hold in Minnesota. She's not promoting that. She's a Muslim.
Well, I would counterpoint that sentiment and the same sentiment you made last time with Mamdani and a few other Muslim people who are in official positions, that they're looking to play it in the long term, the long con.
But what are you basing that on, though?
But they admit this. I mean, this is their way that their modus operandi.
Explain.
They're instructed by their Quran to take over other nearby countries, to dominate these countries.
Aren't we doing? But wait a minute, aren't we doing that as Christians? Trump's talking about Greenland. He just did that to Venezuela. We're actually doing what you're concerned about them doing.
That's a fair point to make, and I can concede to the totalitarian actions of the Trump administration being also evil. Like I said last time, I want to talk about mostly moral consistency to be the main point of conversation, because all this is really muddied waters. I think we can all kind of agree on that.
Okay, but I guess where we have the difference of agreement is I don't. Me personally, I do not fear Mamdani now I don't know a lot about Abdul El Said, whatever his name is, over in Michigan yet, because he's new to the field. But I don't see Mamdani and think, oh my God, he wants Sharia law in New York.
Me neither. I don't think that as well. I think that the real issue is maybe 50, 60 years down the line, you know, when there's more majority.
I mean, I got conservatives on the program all the time that say women shouldn't have the right to vote. I mean, do we expect 50 years from now they're going to take women's right to vote away?
No, I mean, you're making a straw man argument. I mean, I don't agree with that.
But they're saying it.
I mean, but I don't agree with what everybody says.
I'm just, what's confusing me is you're making this leap that the ultimate goal of Muslim candidates is to impose Sharia law on America. In the future, you're saying down the line, I'm not seeing anything from these folks other than the speculation coming from the right.
But it's not speculation. It's literally their modus operandi. That's what they do.
All of them.
Historically, that's what Islam does, is it conquers. Most Islam countries that are predominantly Islam now historically originated majority Christian countries.
I see way more conquering from Christians than I do Muslims.
I would say that there's definitely more of a focus on the Christian conquering throughout history, but there is a huge amount of conquering done by the Islamic.
Yeah, but it's significantly greater from the Christian sect. I mean,
I would say that your perspective may be a little shifted.
Let me tell you why I'm saying. Let me tell you why I'm saying it. Think about how many countries on earth speaks French, Spanish, or English, when we know the native people in those countries did not speak that, because they went to those countries. The French, the English, and the Spaniards went to these places conquering people. You don't see Arabic being spoken all over the planet like that. The Arabic folks, the Muslims, were not doing any, maybe in their region, maybe some in the continent of Africa. That's about it. But when you talk about the others, they're all over the world doing it. And they're all Christian, by the way.
Islam is the world's fastest growing religion right now.
Okay.
I mean, that kind of, at least, at the very least, kind of disproves your point that Christianity is this more dominant and controlling of the two.
Well, I'm telling you, Christianity, I believe there are far more places on earth where Christians went and forced Christianity upon the people than where Muslims went and forced Islam on the people. Because Christianity is all over the world now.
We can agree to disagree on that one, I guess, and move on.
I'm surprised you would say that, considering most of the Americas, North and South America, all the way from Canada all the way down to the tip of Chile, most of that shit came from folks coming from Europe forcing Christianity on all of those countries in between. I don't think any of them folks were Christians as a native before those European countries came here and forced that on them. I don't think any of those countries, all the way from Chile up to Canada.
I see your point for sure. I think it's definitely like up to that would be maybe more of a historian's debate, right? But I'm not as well versed as maybe I should be if I was going to debate that. I think it's something that I think we can maybe agree to disagree with that particular perspective.
I mean,
I have something for you though, sir.
What do you got?
Something for you, sir.
What do you got?
A hypothetical. A 16-year-old girl.
16-year-old girl.
Assaulted sexually. Who should be put to death? One of them has to be put to death. The woman, the 16-year-old girl, or the man that assaulted her.
Wait,
should be put to death.
Wait a minute, I gotta get more. Well, first of all, I'm not a capital punishment kind of guy. Certainly in cases where the victim is not even dead. So I'm probably gonna say nobody, but let me make sure I get clarity on your story. A 16-year-old assaulted. I'm assuming assaulted by the man?
Correct.
So what is the woman's place in this?
Well, according to the Sharia law, she allowed the man to assault her, and she's convicted of adultery, and it's punishable by death.
So what is the woman, the mother of the kid or something?
No, a 16-year-old girl.
Right.
Is assaulted by a man.
Okay.
The man is let free, and the woman is put to death.
Oh, so there's only two people in your story. Okay, you made it sound like a mom was selling their child to a man that was okay.
Not in this specific story.
Okay. Oh yeah, I understand what you're saying. So what you're saying is
the state put Atefa Rajabi. I just learned about this woman, so I apologize if I mispronounce her name, but I can spell it really quickly for you and your viewers.
Don't worry about it. Just give me the story. You don't need to spell the name. You don't need to spell it.
Ateferajabi, and she's a real 16-year-old girl that was put to death by the state, ran by Sharia law, because she was sexually assaulted.
Okay, here's the point I want to make.
What do you think about that?
I think it's terrible, but
It is terrible.
But the point I want to make is we're making it sound. Let's say, for instance, Afghanistan with the Taliban and Sharia law. We're making it sound like the law that exists in Afghanistan under the Taliban is the same law they practice in Tajikistan, in Jordan, in Kuwait, in Bahrain. Each one of these countries don't. I mean, I'm sure they got different derivatives of those laws. Like in Iran, for instance, the women aren't completely covered up like they are in Afghanistan.
Mm-hmm.
So you're making it sound like it's a one-size-fits-all. That if you live in a Muslim country, what you just stated is happening.
Last time you heard of a rape victim being put to death in America?
You probably
conviction, like they went to court, and when the court was like, "Yeah, you got assaulted. You shouldn't have been assaulted. You shouldn't have let that happen," and they put her to death. That's never once happened on American soil.
I disagree with you in regards to saying it hasn't happened anytime recently, but we can talk about the Salem witch trials and all. Christians used to do a lot of the shit we now find as horrible. We used to do that stuff. We just don't do it anymore. But a lot of the horrible stuff that the Muslim religion did, Christianity used to killing gays and all of that stuff. All that stuff used to happen too under Christianity.
But they're doing it now.
Okay, I agree it's wrong, but
they're doing it now. Sir.
Okay, but that's not happening in every you make it sound like every Islamic country in existence, if a woman is assaulted, she can be put to death. You're going with a law from one extreme area and making it sound like that happens everywhere.
Well, I don't think there's any other place in first world countries, especially Christian countries, that do that. Ever.
I don't think that's happening in most Muslim countries.
Yeah, that's where you're wrong. That's why I spelled the name out for you.
Yeah, I do not believe that if a woman is assaulted by a man in any Arabic country, the woman stands a chance of being put to death. Whether we're talking Kuwait, whether we're talking Jordan, whether...
Rajabi.
Huh?
Atefa Rajabi.
What country was that? What country was it in?
I believe... don't make me lie to you. I just learned about this yesterday.
Okay. Well, I'm going to tell you flat out, without having any knowledge of what goes on in Arab countries, there's no way I'm going to believe that the entire Arab world all of their laws the same, no matter what country you're in. I don't believe that, because all Christians don't do it.
I told you last time, look into Sharia law, sir.
It doesn't matter if I can look into anything and tell you it changes from people to people. I can look into Christianity. It changes from country to country. Everybody don't believe in the exact same thing.
Okay, so switch gears a little bit because seems like might not agree with this. Do you think that it's okay for countries these same countries, Islam ran Sharia law countries, to put other people who are not of the Islamic faith, is it fair to put them to death?
Once again, I need to know what country this happening in, because there are Christians that live in Islamic countries.
There is like well-documented, long, ongoing persecution and religious persecution of anybody that's not Islam in these Muslim in these Islamic countries.
So your point, once again, your point is if you are a Christian or a non-Islamic person, you're going to be persecuted if you live in any Muslim country.
Yes.
That's not true. That's just flat out false. That's not true.
I think it's way more so over, maybe not a whole truth of 100%, but you're talking about more than half, the majority, like if you proclaim your faith in Christ, for instance, in the middle of Iran, they will persecute you. You cannot go and start passing out Bibles in Iran.
So you're saying there are no Christians in Iran?
There are very, very, very few. They've been murdered for decades upon decades, hundreds of years. They goes back in centuries because it's a part of their holy book. That's what I keep trying to say, is that they're directed by their holy book, their Quran, and the law of the land, Sharia law, that is based on the Quran, to kill people.
Okay, let me just say this. I'm going to plead ignorance, but I want to ask my device, because I don't know if you're right or wrong. Alexa, are there any Christians in the nation of Iran?
Very few.
Yes, Iran is home to Christian minorities. The 2016 census counted roughly 130,000 Christians, about 0.16% of the population, mainly Armenians and Assyrians, with historic churches in Tehran, Isfahan, Urmia, and Tabriz.
So it's a few.
Ask her about religious prosecution in Iran.
In what are there, Alexa? Are there religious prosecutions in the nation of Iran?
Yes, Iran conducts religious prosecutions. Christians have faced a six-fold rise in arrests, lengthy prison sentences, and charges like acting against national security or apostasy, which can lead to execution. The Penal Code's Article 500 allows heavy punishments for proselytizing activities deemed contrary to Islam. Want to learn about how international organizations are responding to these human rights challenges?
Alexa, So it does happen, and they do have Christians there as well. So, but here's what my audience is asking me. Hold on. But here's what the audience is asking. What does that have to do with the United States?
Well, we're talking about one thing. I don't, not really referring to the United States in reference. Remember, we were talking about moral consistency. I'm not saying two wrongs make a right, and I'm only trying to defend the perspective of the disdain towards Islam.
Okay. All right. Well, if that's the case, then you could have somebody in Iran that says, I don't want Christianity here because you guys have a history of sleeping with kids. I mean, because that's something that happened throughout the Christian religion for centuries. So, I mean, you could take an extreme from anything.
But legally, we have like the age of consent in adults, right? Like 17 or 16, I think, in some southern states, right? But then, I mean, in these Muslim countries, ask what's the age of consent to marry in Iran. Ask your Alexa.
I unfortunately for time I got to move on. I don't know what the age of Alexa can't hear you. She can't hear you. Nice try though. I gotta move. I mean, look, I'm assuming that it's a young age is what you do realize that in America there are places as long as you get parental consent.
You brought up a point about America being interested in younger women, but dude, these Muslim countries, they marry off kids 12 years old. What are you talking about?
So what are you getting at then?
They are normalized in their society to sleep with what we consider children on a regular basis.
Okay. I don't know where you...
That's a fact. It's a fact. It's an obvious fact. Just Google it.
Okay. I guess where you and I have the disagreement is you believe that any Muslim that runs for office in America is trying to turn America...
That's a straw horse argument.
Then it's a waste of an argument. If you don't believe they're trying to turn America into that, then it's a waste of a conversation.
Look, sir, it's a straw man argument. It's a classic straw man. I'm not talking about the current political Muslims right now in America. We're talking about the disdain for Islam and why people may have a disdain for Islam. That's all I'm talking about.
Okay. All right. But then they're hating Islam because they're taking the worst of it and assuming that that's what's going to happen. That's what they're doing. They're picking look, you can pick the worst of anybody or anything as a reason to hate them. You can do that to anything.
But we have to look at what's normal in the societies, what's normalized, and what's most commonplace in those societies. And Sharia law is commonplace. It's the law of the land. It's persecution of women and children. And our law of the land is not like that.
Yeah, and I don't think that applies to all Muslim countries either, what you're talking about. All right. Well, fair enough. I got to move it on for time. Thanks for coming through.
As always, peace. Thank you so much for having me on. I wish you the best. I hope you get big donations. I'm about to send you a little bit right now.
Thank you. Appreciate that. That would help. Thank you.
Hey, love to all your viewers too. I wish the best for everybody.
All right. Fair enough. And go ahead and drop. Appreciate the support. All right. Tap the screen, by the way, folks. Get your guy up to 130,000. Look, what he said, we certainly had a back and forth, and I disagree. And I do got another caller here. I disagree with him, but I will say this. He is right that many folks are using what he talked about as a reason to not like Muslim candidates. Is they're using the extremes of the Arab community and operating on the belief that they're going to try to do that stuff here. So that part, I don't totally disagree with him on that, but I don't think there's any concern for Sharia law taking hold in America at all. I just do not see any chance of that happening. He said maybe 50 years down the line. I don't see it. I just don't see it. Obviously, I won't be around then, but I don't see it. It's me, though. Can you hear me?
Oh, my God, yeah, I can. Can you hear me, Tim?
I can hear you loud and clear on Substack. What brings you on?
Oh, man, well, first off, long-time listener.
Thank you.
Yes, you've been fantastic. I have so many opinions on, like, MAGA reacts and just, like, those fucking people. They're crazy, dude. But I do appreciate that you have a platform that invites everybody.
Yes.
Even though I don't like them, I listen, and MAGA Reacts is really interesting. But he is just a butt lick. for Trump completely, 100%. I could go on and on about that. But
Fair enough.
anyways, but with like the Sharia law shit, like nobody has suggested that. None of that shit has come up. It's just all fear mongering bullshit to hide like
That's the way I take it as well. That's the way I take it as well, because like I mentioned, there are some countries where a woman can barely show anything but her eyes, and there are other countries where a woman barely has to wear a headscarf. They're not practicing the same law in every Islamic country.
Yeah, and it's not fucking here. It's not America, and that's not coming here. Like, so I don't know why they keep trying to like pivot to all this shit. Like, I want religious freedom for everyone. I myself am not religious in the least bit at all, but like, it's cool that you do your thing. That, you know, but like Sharia law is just like not. It's not anything that comes up here. It's not happening here, and it's not going to happen here. It's not going to be here 50 years from now. And it's just more fearmonger bullshit so that we can.
Well, it's working though.
Deflect from the good shit that Mamdani is doing. No, for sure. But like, also, did you see there was like, yeah, no, it's sorry. I'm getting all over the place. I'm like nervous because I haven't been on here.
Don't worry about it. Take your time.
Yeah, but like, and then they're doing like the last caller was just doing this like both sides stuff where it's like, we've been doing stuff with younger girls, but then they're doing it with even younger kids or whatever. Like, it's, so what? It's bad. Like, they can't even admit that it's just fucking bad. They just want to be corrupt. Like, this is the most corrupt fucking party. Like, if they have the House, the Senate, the Supreme Court, like, shit should not be all expensive like it is. Gas prices should be cheap.
Well, they're blaming some of that on Biden, and the other half they're blaming on the war. They're saying, look, Trump is saying right now, understand, I'm making us safe from a nuclear Iran. There's going to be a little short-term pain for long-term gain. If you want us to be a safer nation, you got to pay $4 for gas for a little bit. But at the end of the day, it's going to be worth it.
We were safer before that. Now we have like no cards. And the strait has been fucking closed, and that's making allies and everybody around the world hate us
that was one of the original topics of the show, is how do we look to the world? Because a lot of folks on my beloved MAGA side are suggesting that we come across as more respected now than we did under Biden. So
by who?
That's a good question. I don't know, but they are saying under Biden nobody respected us.
By MAGA Reacts, like he respects the hell out of it, or fucking Straight Talks or whatever. Like, so what? No, like, we look weaker to everyone. Putin's like walking over us. Fucking Netanyahu's walking over us. This is bullshit.
Well, you think Putin sees us as weaker? I mean, one of the things. Listen, if I'm going to defend Trump or fluff, as some folks say, for any reason at all, one of the benefits of Trump is he's unpredictable. So you never know. He's like a cowboy.
What?
Yeah, he's unpredictable. You just don't know what he's going to do.
Why do you want that in a leader? Why MAGA Reacts was talking, he can understand Trump's like riddle speak and just like read between the lines of what he's saying and determine when he's lying and when he's not. But then when there's fucking 50,000 million files pointing to him doing fucked up shit, he can't put anything together. It's like it doesn't exist.
Well, look, I mean, Trump
people sure did shut the fuck up as soon as we got past the election.
Listen, I can't necessarily speak for MAGA. I will just say that Trump has a draw to him like no other. I mean,
for sure.
Yes. And somebody in the comments said Muhammad Ali rather, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar were Muslim and did not encourage Sharia law. That's a good one, user guy. Farrakhan is another one that's Muslim and he ain't encouraging. I mean, there's a whole lot of Muslims that are not promoting Sharia law. And somebody says, Google a picture. We the Rebel says, Google a picture, Dearborn Heights, Michigan, police patch. What do you mean, Dearborn Heights, Michigan? I'll put it in. What are we seeing? Go ahead there, caller.
What were you saying? Sorry.
No, I'm saying that we have had Muslims, well-known Muslims in America. I mean, Muhammad Ali never said anything at all remotely about trying to do anything about Sharia law. And as he mentioned, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar too.
No one is trying to do any of that. Again, it's like, I don't know. I was a kid when like 9/11 happened, and it's these same talking points to hate like one group of people, and they just have continued it over and over again. And it's wild to me that someone or like people that were around during that like don't see those patterns like happening again, and just the same talking points over and over and over again.
Yeah. What he was telling me to Google, apparently, now this is the AI overview. It says in September 2025, so that's about a year ago, the Dearborn Heights Police Department shared a digital mock-up of an optional uniform patch featuring Dearborn Heights Police written in both English and Arabic script, intended to reflect the city's large Middle Eastern and North African population. The design drew immediate public debate and was later paused by city leadership, who clarified it was unvetted internal discussion rather than official uniform. I don't see anything wrong with that. All that is, just like you go into, look, you get on a plane or you get on the bus and it says exit, and then it has under the bottom maybe the word exit in Spanish or something like that. That's all it is there's a lot of people in this area that don't speak just English, so we're going to put their language down there as well. I don't see why a police patch that says Policia in fucking Laredo or El Paso somewhere, it says police and Policia. I don't see anything wrong with it. There's a lot of Spanish people there. If there's a lot of Islam or Arabic people in Dearborn Heights, what's wrong with this squiggly writing so that they can read on the police patch? Other than, I just really hate these people so much. I don't want you doing anything for me. I don't see any problem with that.
I don't want you to be able to communicate using the language you've communicated with forever. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. And by the way, this never happened. This is kind of like the Bud Light with the transgender person. It was something that was being contemplated. It never happened, though.
Yeah, it wasn't even an ad campaign, nothing.
Again, it never happened.
It's all just shit to get us like arguing and about dumb bullshit, you know.
Yeah, and I see the comments. Dencal, Dencal, who was over there near Michigan, says this stuff ain't happening in Dearborn. Real quick before we continue there, it's Amido says, Alberto Santos says him saying each Muslim country follows Sharia as a law of the land, like he said, is a bold-faced lie. Ask Alexa if Sharia is Alexa, is Sharia law implemented in all Islamic countries?
No, Sharia isn't fully implemented in every Islamic country. Most have mixed legal systems, using Sharia mainly for personal status issues, while some, like Saudi Arabia, apply it more broadly, and others, such as Turkey, have abolished it.
Yeah, that's another good point. I'm surprised I didn't think to ask that. Great point. So there you go. It's not even being used. Alexa, stop. It's not even being used in all Muslim countries or Arabic countries. So he said to do your research. If you're still watching, I would suggest you do research as well. Now that we know that's not even being used in all Islamic countries. So I don't know. To me, it's I see it as
exactly.
Alexa, stop. To me, I see it as hate. I see it as forms of either hate, intolerance, bigotry, something of that nature.
Yeah, same. I completely agree. It's intolerance for sure, and I think sometimes with like the racist stuff, and everyone goes wild about that. But like, it doesn't have to just be like full on hateful for it to be like racist. That shit is systemic. I don't want to get fully into that because people go wild on your show as soon as the racist stuff comes up. But like, I do just want to say, like, in terms of like what like you know, like with the socialists and like all the communism fucking talk, those aren't the same thing, for one. And also, I think most people right now, at least on the left, or you know, whatever, are advocating not to get rid of just capitalism and not advocating just for socialism. Like, none of that is going to work as a singular.
I don't know. I had Muda Tuxedo Cat on here. He is full blown getting rid of capitalism. He talking about giving motherfuckers free houses and shit. So he's gone.
No. Well, I mean, I think I'm pretty far left in that regard, but I think there are some things that I guess maybe could be okay with capitalism. I don't think we're going to be able to just strip that away, but I am not well versed in like economics like that. And
fair enough.
But I think it's more of like on a simplistic level, I think it's really like socialism for the needs of the people and capitalism for things that like we want and for
you gotta first get people who care about the needs of the people. That's the problem why socialism is hated so much, is that there's a lot of people in this country that does not care about their fellow man. It's kind of pull yourself up by your bootstraps means if you fall on your face, you stay down there and either perish or figure out how to get up. I'm not going to help you. There's a lot of folks that have that mindset. Them folks really hate socialism.
And that's crazy because our tax dollars, like I have no problem. Like my taxes, I want to go to the right shit. Like I you know, we pay for our roads, our lights, our cops, our firefighters, like all of that. We should be able to do it for healthcare. It shouldn't be that hard to do.
Being hard is one thing. Having the actual will and desire to do it is another. I got to move it on, but I appreciate you coming through. Thank you for helping me bring up the Substack. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, for sure. Thank you.
All
I
right.
really appreciate your show. Thanks.
Anytime. Catch you later. All right. Tap the screen and go ahead and drop out. If you know how to drop this. Okay, there we go. All right. Tap the screen. Get the like sort up. In the comments, yes, we should. Good one caller. Fuck the billionaires robbing us. That's where I'll tell you something. You want to get rid of all the talk for socialism and get rid of that shit. Treat people better under capitalism. That's all it is. It ain't that people are dying to have socialism. It's that they don't feel like they're getting a fair shake in capitalism. So what's happening, this is one of the things you often hear from the right, is that the Democrats have nothing to offer. It's just all orange man bad. This is what you often hear from the right. The Democrats ain't offering shit. They don't have a platform. It's just all orange man bad. That's what capitalism is right now. It's offering nothing to the folks that are the downtrodden and the struggling. It's just socialism bad. But if they shy away from socialism and stay in the capitalist environment they're in, they're going to perish. So that's why they're looking at socialism or communism or some of these other isms. Is we're telling them that stuff is bad. Capitalism is the way, but we're doing nothing to help them if they stick with capitalism. So they're going to shy away from it. You're telling me if I try this over here, it's going to be bad in a disaster. I know what I'm doing now is bad in a disaster. There's a chance you might be wrong. I'd rather take that chance with the unknown than with something I'm failing in right now. So the problem is you can't just keep yelling that socialism is bad and ignoring what they're complaining about in regards to capitalism. What are they complaining about? No health care, or having health care that's unaffordable and getting worse and worse with every single contract negotiation from their employers. Salaries not keeping up with the cost of inflation, housing being unaffordable. All of this shit is under capitalism. All of that's happening under capitalism. And we're telling them that if they shy away and vote out socialism, that's the system they're going to stay in. And that's the stuff that's going to continue to happen because Trump is not running on doing anything to address any of the stuff I just mentioned. Healthcare, wage increases, none of that, affordable housing. He's doing nothing about any of that. So if you don't vote for Mamdani or any of these socialists, you're going to stay in that system that's not doing anything for you. under a leadership that's not promising to address any of that. So you can't blame them for wanting to try something else new. Maybe they don't realize how awful socialism would be. Maybe they don't realize how fucked up communism may be. But they do see and live the awful nature of capitalism right now. And the folks complaining about socialism and communism are doing absolutely nothing to address what they're complaining about under it. So you're going to lose them that way. You're going to lose them that way. In the comments, ask Alexa how much taxes, what does that say, Tanaj? How much taxes has Tesla? I hope it's millions. Alexa, do you know how much taxes Tesla has paid over the last 3 years?
Over the past 3 years, Tesla paid roughly $48 million in federal income tax on about $12.58 billion of U.S. income, an effective rate of just 0.4%, far below the standard 21% corporate rate.
How did they do that? How did they get away with that?
Tesla used legal tax tools like accelerated depreciation, stock option deductions, R&D credits, and net operating loss carryforwards, plus offshore subsidiaries in the Netherlands and Singapore to shift profits away from U.S. tax jurisdiction.
Alexa, stop. You want to talk about why people are leaning towards socialism? That kind of shit. Alexa, stop. None of that is available to the typical working American. You can't do any of that shit. None of that. That's the type of stuff that makes folks say capitalism bad. Let's try socialism. Stuff like that. User guy says the U.S. military is pure socialism where there are no billionaires, but no one is starving, homeless, or bankrupt from healthcare either. True, but everybody in the U.S. military works or used to work at least. I mean, socialist environment, they're claiming in the socialist environment you can still get assistance and things like that even if you don't work. In the military, something probably has had to happen to you because you're not going to get it just on face value. But I agree with you. It is a socialistic environment. The military is. It absolutely is. How about in that shift, the Lincoln, they're starving and they need stuff. Trump makes it sound like he don't care about those folks in the military. The response he gave, and they haven't been out at sea long enough. His response was terrible on that. I don't know what would make him say that. There was no reason to say something that non-sympathetic at all. I don't know what made him say that. It hasn't been out at sea long enough. You know, some shit you can say has no upside. It ain't like MAGA heard that and was like, yay, yay, yay. I mean, even MAGA's looking at that from either a neutral standpoint or like that's fucked up. I don't know what would make him say that. In the comments, Travelman says they're not starving. No, I heard they were rationing out food. I did hear that part. I haven't heard they were starving, but they certainly are not living in the best of conditions. That part I have heard. So I don't know what's going on. But Travelman, good evening.
What's going on, Tim?
Not much at all. What have you heard? Now, you say they're not starving, but it's certainly not exactly a luxurious cruise.
I heard MAGA fucked up. That's what I heard.
What do you mean?
They fucked up. And they fucking up the country.
Well, they try to protect us from a nuclear Iran.
Okay, Tim.
Yes, sir.
I think we talked about this a while ago, and I think I told you that the reason that they got the issue that they having is because of the logistical hubs that have been hit by Iran.
Right. There's nowhere to dock, and that's something that the Trump administration has not been forthcoming in regards to celebrating how easy it was to defeat Iran. Is that they've destroyed a lot of our shit in the region.
See. Fifth Fleet, which is in Manama, I think that's Manama, Bahrain. That's Fifth Fleet headquarters, and that's where the bulk of the logistical stuff took place at. Then you have some other smaller hubs, you know, at the other bases around the country. All those places have been hit throughout the Middle East. The only other one they had, you got the other one up in Fujairah, but they won't go up to Fujairah because Fujairah is like 90 miles from Iran or something, you know.
So it's too close. It might get hit too
close. Yeah.
Exactly. Now, the other alternative they've already done is they have moved a lot of stuff to Diego Garcia. Okay, Diego Garcia, they got enough, the water deep enough for the ship to come in. They don't have the infrastructure to handle the amount of goods that need to come in there to support a carrier strike group and also a mute and whatever else they got out there. Okay, so they can do it, but that's not the problem. The problem is Diego Garcia is 2,000 miles away.
Fuck. Is there any way to do airdrops like Berlin style?
Yeah, but you would have to do. Okay, when they do an unrep usually lasts anywhere from 6 to 8 hours, maybe longer. Okay, and doing an unrep, they have the wire between the ship and they're moving pallets over that way, and then they're also doing a vert rep, and the vert rep is when they're using the helicopters. Okay, so they're also moving pallets that way. So those are the two ways you got it going. And those things last about 6 to 8 hours, man. It lasts a long time. Okay, so imagine, number one, the only thing you can use is the card, which is the card is the plane you see with the props carry on board delivery. That's what that means. That can only carry so much stuff.
I mean, like you got something that floats, and you just take like big ass C5 Galaxies. Does C5 does that open in the back? One of them big ass cars.
Yeah, but what you gonna do? Drop the pallets in the ocean?
Yeah.
In the ocean?
Yeah, if it floats, you can't do something like that.
Then look what you got to do to get it.
Yeah. There's no easy answer. I'm no logistics. I don't have logistics. I'm no military. I am speculating. I'm just asking. I don't want it to come across like, I don't want it to come across like talking about putting disinfectant in your arm. So let me know if what I'm saying is stupid.
The carriers and the destroyers, all this stuff, the carriers are made, okay. They don't need fuel. Yes, they can stay out. But
the people need fuel.
You are damaging the ship. You're gonna pay on the back end. Because there's salt water, there's wear and tear. That's all that stuff. So all those, like we discussed once before, all the ships are on a schedule. They have a schedule for maintenance. They have a schedule for workups. They have a schedule for they're on a schedule. We have had back-to-back ships, back-to-back carriers, Tim, with in excess of 250 days deployed. That's bad leadership and poor planning.
And not as able. How long is the Washington? I wonder, because that's what's supposed to be back. I wonder how long has that been out already.
I think the Bush been out for a couple of months already. The GW been out for a couple of months. And them saying that they was coming over, that they was scheduled to come, that's bullshit. The GW was out getting ready to do that big ass exercise that Trump just scaled
in
back
South Korea.
That they have every year. They were out in the Pacific doing what they do, okay? And then they pulled them over. See?
So, and what is the normal, because you said 2 months don't sound long, but you're saying 2 months without having liberty or whatever it is, right?
No. I'm saying they left home port a couple of months ago. So they've already been out there. Okay. They've been out for a couple of months. So you saying how long will they be out? We don't know.
But he said it's the George Washington is what is
Washington. Yeah, the George Washington is out of Yokosuka.
That's the one that's relieving the Abraham Lincoln, right?
That's relieving the Lincoln, yeah. And see, so what happened is they do what they call a cross deck, right? They'll pull up next to each other and they'll start moving. They might move weapons, and then they'll do turnover. Each carrier strike group has a rear admiral on board. So they
got two carriers right next to each other?
Yeah, the carriers.
That's a hell of a target, man.
They'll be close. They won't be that. They'll be close to each other.
But that's a hell of a target. Wow. I mean, you can get both of those.
One time we pulled up into in the Mediterranean, and they had We had 2 carriers that Ike relieved us, and we had both battle groups up in they were pretty close together. It's like, and I remember walking out on the flight deck saying, because we was by Morocco, and I was like, what if you woke up in the morning and looked out your window and saw 2 damn carrier battle groups sitting out in the ocean? That is getting shit out of it.
Yeah, that looked like D-Day.
Compliment.
It looked like D-Day.
Full compliments of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I see the comments. I see the comments. Folks are saying they have subs underneath, so don't worry about anything happening to them. I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
they do.
yeah, but you could.
Yeah,
but
they do.
it ain't got it. It doesn't have to come from the water. I mean, I don't know. I mean, 2 carriers next to each other.
Trust me, Jim. They got it. They got it taken care of.
Okay.
They're not gonna be that close in. You got to remember where carrier operates at. They not real close in there anyway.
Right.
You know.
Right.
So, but don't forget though, you got the carriers out there, and everybody concentrating on the Lincoln. But don't forget the destroyers they have out there, and the cruisers. They've been out there just as long.
Jeez.
And those ships are getting wear and tear. Okay. But you know what though? I wanted to bring something up. Let me move to something else right quick.
Sure.
Because I've been listening to you talk back and forth with these guys about Islam and Sharia law.
And before you do, you got a compliment. We the Rebel says Travelman is legit, critical without the bullshit. Keep going.
You know, so what we're looking at right now, this is, you remember critical race theory?
Yeah, CRT.
Okay, and then the AB came after that.
I know where you're going.
Transgender came after that, and now we're on to Islamists. The MAGA is all about grievance, whining, and culture war. The Islamic,
yeah, but you can't feed your. I agree with you, but you can't. And I do see your comment in the comments, Mr. Bright Souls. Thank you for that generosity. I looked it up while we're talking. But you can't feed your family off of grievance. You can't feed your family with grievance.
Hold on, Tim. What did this guy say? He full of shit. He talking about me?
I didn't. Yeah, Cedric. Are you talking about me or him? Probably you, because I'm pleading ignorance. I don't know all of this. I'm admitting you're above my. You're military, so you're long-term military, so you're certainly above my knowledge on this. So he's got to be talking about you.
I also served on 3 carriers.
Yeah, you got. I don't have any of that. I'm not going to be stolen valor.
I was on carriers in the yard, and I was also on a carrier, just floating out. You know what, Tim? I was talking yesterday, the other day I was on one, and I said, yeah, we did a Mediterranean cruise. Do you know the freaking MAGA lost their mind?
What do you mean?
Because I said Mediterranean cruise.
But
damn cruise boat. I mean, they lost their freaking mind.
Like I said,
I'm like, so this is the deal, Tim. When we go, when they go, we go out to deploy. It's called a Mediterranean cruise. Okay. When we deploy, we get what they call cruise jackets, right? And you look on the back of that cruise jacket, it say Mediterranean cruise 2026, 2027, and it'll list all the ports and stuff that we went to. That's it. Ain't no damn cruise, but man, they lost their freaking mind. I'm telling you, MAGA is, man, and these people ain't seen a damn shit. Hey, one guy said, "Oh, he don't know what he talking about. He ain't been on no ship, dude. Come on, okay."
Well,
hey, dude, Billy Wop say he'll shell back. All right, Billy Wop, I got you. I'm gonna shell back in a blue nose.
And hang on a second, real quick. In the comments, Mr. Bright Souls, and like I said, thank you for the generosity. I'll talk about your defining on what you're talking about after this conversation here. But this is the woman that he was suggesting that was basically raped and then executed, and they got that she was charged with adultery and crimes against chastity after being repeatedly raped. Now, this happened in 2004, but we'll talk about it. But go ahead there,
Yeah, I looked it up too. I think I commented on it earlier that it was 2004.
Yeah.
And also, even in Sharia and under Islam, when if something like that happens, there's sexual assault, the woman is not unalive. We're on to the culture war. Islam and Muslim, they're the new ones. Okay. Once again, you know the population of Muslims in the United States, 1%.
I'm surprised it's even that high.
1%
Well, it is more. At least it's more of them than the trans.
No, it's not.
It's more trans.
I think it's about the same.
Wow.
I think it's about the same. I think it's about 3 or 4. I think it's about 3 or 4 million Muslims and about 3 million trans. So not too much. This is what they do. They go from one culture war to the next. Okay, just like that CRT, that dude Roof or whatever his name was. He's the one that said, we're gonna bring CRT up, and they started talking about it all the time. And then when they started talking, of course, they putting out misinformation, and then they started combining all of Black history with CRT.
Yeah. I mean,
what the fuck they talking about?
Yeah, the culture war thing is real, like you mentioned in the Muslims and Sharia law. We can talk about Black people burning down whole cities. LGBTQ, they're gonna fuck with your kids. The immigrants are raping and murdering everybody. I mean, they do. Other than Caucasian people, they don't seem to have any issue with that group. But I don't know how that feeds your family though. Because most of the people are not, you're not dealing with Muslims, you're not dealing with trans, you're not dealing with immigrants, you're dealing with grocery prices. And so I don't get it. I don't get it.
So let me ask you this though, because they love to get on all this, they ended TPS.
Yep.
What is Springfield, Ohio going to do?
They don't care.
Because they brought that city back.
Yeah.
You got people in assisted living facilities that are not going to get treated like they need. They ain't got nobody to wipe their ass. I'll be blunt.
Yeah, because a lot of the CNAs and that people at that level were Haitian people. Yeah.
Yeah, they from Haiti, they from Ghana, different places. But it's all about the culture war. But you don't hear them talking about all these perverted ass priests they got running around here. No, they want to talk about going to heaven and going to hell, and ain't none of them met nobody that been to either one. You got a bunch of freaking holy rollers running around here talking about we're a Christian nation. Where does it say that in the Constitution?
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I don't. Like I said, to me, but I'll give Trump credit because while we're focusing on the culture wars, he does not have to necessarily deliver on the economic and promise some of his other campaign problems. If I can keep you focusing on the Muslims or the trans, and that's pissing you off enough to stick with me, then I don't have to necessarily deliver on the gas prices and the economy and healthcare and stuff.
Or the fact all the people that's losing healthcare, and the fact that they're cutting. They like to say $1 trillion over 10 years. They're cutting $90 billion a year out of Medicaid is what they're doing. And also, they don't need to talk about the fact that they pretty much gutted the Justice Department. All your experienced lawyers have left. They pretty much gutted them.
To me, it sounds like I hate to ask this, and I know my beloved MAGA is not going to like me asking this, but is this administration going away? Because to me, some of this sounds like okay, you're talking about the ballroom today, and they're talking it's 70 feet high and it's 5 stories down, and it can protect against nuclear hits. I don't know. To me, it sounds like some of the stuff Trump is doing is stuff that would be done by somebody who does not intend on leaving. Are they going away if they lose?
I have faith. I have faith in the United States of America, and I have faith in the people. And anytime you do stuff in this country, you can push and push and push, and then you get a hell of a backlash. And that's when the shit changes. So he ain't staying. You know where he gonna stay? He gonna take his nasty ass down to Mar-a-Lago. That's where he gonna stay. Maybe this time he won't take any top secret records with him.
What are the Democrats? Are the Democrats going to do anything? I mean, whether we're talking about the possibility of insider trading or, war crimes. Do you think Trump will live to be a happy, old, exceptionally wealthy man, or are the Democrats going to go after him?
I don't think they're going to go after him. I'll be honest with you, man. If you did, just like if they impeach him, all you're doing is turn him into a martyr because you don't have enough.
He's already a fucking martyr. He's already a martyr.
Even worse, but you don't have enough. You don't have enough people in the Senate to convict him.
No, I mean, let's say the Democrats are victorious. Let's say the Democrats take back the House and Senate. Are they going after him?
Yeah, but they won't have 2/3. They won't have enough to convict him. When they impeach him in the Senate, they won't have enough senators. They need at least 2/3 to do it, and they won't have enough.
Will they do it? Will they do it just for principle, like Nancy Pelosi, just on the principle?
That's a waste of time. It's a waste of time.
Shit, who
You
cares?
know?
I mean, who
It's a
cares
waste
about
of
wasting
time.
time? You got Trump
You
putting
know?
his name on memorials and fighting EG. Nobody gives a shit about wasting time. I mean,
and you know what else too? We look like freaking idiots to the rest of. He is turning the United States into a pariah nation.
explain that. What do you mean?
Because look at the countries, Tim. We can't get anybody to do anything with us. They're starting to do their own military packs, their own weapon system packs, their own trade packs, and they're cutting us. We're not getting in on that. You know, we're not.
Even Turkey. Did you hear that Turkey and Saudi Arabia they created their own little Muslim NATO?
Yeah. Do you know Turkey has the
There's
largest squadron F-16s. Besides, they're the second largest behind the United States.
Well, as long as the F-16s come from us, we can kind of control.
They come from us.
We can
You
control.
know?
Just like we did with Iran. We sold them a bunch of F-14s, and they can barely keep them flying. So you still need the
that's why
parts.
we put the embargo on their ass. We ain't put no embargo on Turkey. But not only that, Tim. Look here. They over in what is that? Islam, Turkey. We got Turkey. Oh, China. We're busy rolling back shit. Meanwhile, China is wearing our ass out. They looked at 37 different milestones of different things that we do, right? Through technology and everything. They're basically ahead of us in about 32 out of 32 of them.
Wow. Well, I'll tell you what.
But hold on a minute. But what is Trump doing? He paid companies billions of dollars. $1 billion, I think it was two companies paid each one $1 billion to buy back their license for wind farms. He cut back on the solar panels. And China is leading. They dominate the market. I'm not just talking about what they putting in over there. They dominate the market. And people
I tell you because look, and this is where I'm sure some of my folks on the right are going to disagree with me, but I think that China is doing what they believe or perceive is in the best interest of China going forward. Trump is doing what's in the best interest of Trump and his associates and family going forward. So if he is like you mentioned, wind farms and alternative forms of energy where China is excelling, Trump is doing what he is doing to marry himself with big oil and profit. He ain't doing it to further us on alternative energies. He's doing it to further in wealth himself or enrich himself is the word I'm looking for, and folks that are close to him. So we'll stick with big oil and coal if they give us a ton of money. And that's kind of what's happening.
He's moving us backwards. And yes, Billy Wop, you're right. Over in China with the Road and Belt program, they're pretty much controlling South America. They built 2 megaports down there because of the trade war that Trump put on their ass the first time he was in office, and then the second one also. He's moving us back.
I gotta move it on, but I will say at some point you can't blame all this on Trump. You think the Republican Congress don't see this shit? They would be screaming to the heavens if Biden or Obama was doing it. They know down the line what he is doing. There's going to be a price to pay, whether it's our allies that you're rightfully talking about are forming alliances, doing their business elsewhere. The tariffs are causing people to go and do. I mean, they know that. So at some point, you got to blame Congress for just idly sitting back and letting them do this stuff. He's 80. He ain't going to be around. He's 80.
Check this out, Tim. They are 100% responsible.
Yeah.
They have been denutted. They're eunuchs. They have Trump. You take the first 2 years he was in office the first time, and you take these 2 years he's in office this time. How many congressional committees have had investigations about all this crazy shit going on? None. The first time he ran amok until the Democrats came in and Nancy Pelosi put her foot in his ass. But then they started doing investigations. He's been in office 2 years, Tim. Where is the damn immigration bill? If immigration is such a hot item,
Congress has pretty much said, "Sir, do whatever you want." Johnson, Speaker of the House Johnson, has pretty much said, "Do whatever you want, sir. We got you." And that's we're just dealing with an executive Oval Office. I gotta go, but that's what we're dealing with.
I'm not gonna even call them the P word because I love the P word. But I'm gonna call them something. They just damn punks, bro. That's all they are. They are his lapdogs. You know what I always say? Head up Trump's ass syndrome. That's what they got. And
All right,
on that.
Travelman, great conversation as usual. Thank you.
Thanks, bro.
Always a pleasure. Tap the screen. I always like the knowledgeable callers as well. In the comments, how very sad people don't understand that you're up and what does that say? Coming from Cherry Demand, is that what I'm seeing? It says how very sad people don't understand that you're up and other countries have been taking advantage of the United States of America since the end of World War II. We can no longer be the world's police. You know, there's going to be a cost to that. I don't know why people think that we're the world's police at the cost to America and the taxpayers, and we gain nothing out of that. There's a lot of benefit to being the world's police. We control what the world does on many levels. The US dollar, all of this stuff. We control who trades with who. There's a lot of benefits to being the world's police, which is why we live very comfortably, which is why you pay less for fuel in America than you do in most places. There's a lot of things that, okay, let's talk about Trump with he was saying countries are ripping us off with the tariffs. There's a lot of things that the countries that we deal with realize. If America lets us get away with this, we'll let them get away with that. Trump comes in and says, we're no longer letting anybody get away with this. So the countries respond back by saying, we're not going to let you get away with that. I think it's that MAGA does not realize exists. You guys just think that we're doing everything for them and getting nothing back in return. You're going to learn and you're going to miss that shit that we're getting back. That's the problem, is that these countries are doing stuff for us, allowing us to use their airspace, allowing us to have bases in their countries, allowing us to have our troops, our ships, our naval vessels and everything stationed all over the world so that if there's a problem, we're already right next door. That's one of those that they're doing this, they're doing that for us. Once you're doing nothing for them, well, shit, if you ain't doing nothing for me, you're charging me for every damn thing, you can either pay to have your military base next to Russia that's your enemy, or you want to do surveillance on China, then you can pay us or you can take your people and go home. I think folks tend to think this is the greatest amount of a supremacist mindset I have ever seen. The notion that America doesn't need anybody at all. We can do everything on our own. Nobody can fuck with us. We are just at the top of the pile. Iran is showing us that without nukes, we can barely handle them. Imagine if a few of these countries teamed up together. Without nukes, we cannot even handle Iran. Imagine if they started teaming up together and one or two of those countries actually had nukes. What you guys don't seem to realize with this supremacist mindset is that NATO don't fucking need us as much as we need them. We need NATO more than NATO needs us. The idea that America is a great nuclear superpower and without America, without the United States, rather, not America, without the United States, NATO wouldn't be what it is. NATO was a hellified superpower, even if the United States is not part of it. They got plenty of money, they got plenty of nukes, and plenty of assets. Without America, without the United States rather, NATO is still a hell of an entity to reckon with. Now, they don't have the naval vessels that the United States has, but they can put up a hell of a self-defense fight. The United States military is built more for offensive purposes. But we don't fuck around with countries that are capable of defending themselves. We're not fucking around with North Korea. I probably ain't gonna fuck around with Iran going forward, because by the time all is said and done, they're gonna probably end up with a nuke. Because Trump got out of the JCPOA and has been treating them like shit ever since. My guess is probably within the next decade or so, Iran's gonna get a nuke. They have nothing but all the incentive in the world now based on what has happened under the Trump administration. We got rid of diplomacy and delivered bombs and death and joked about it. Not to mention what they're seeing happening in Gaza, which is nothing short of a genocide. They're seeing that too. They have no reason to believe that making a deal with any future U.S. president will be adhered to, because they made a deal with Obama and Trump came along. I don't like the deal, I'm ending it. And then just started dropping bombs on them. So why would they make any deals going forward? Which is why it's a shocker that anybody on the Trump side of the aisle seem to be confused as to why Iran isn't making a deal. Why would you make a deal with somebody who just broke the last one and killed all of the people they could get their hands on? Why would you make a deal with them? I don't think anybody in Iran would believe America's going to honor that. Remember, we were supposedly going to go over there because the Ayatollah was killing their protesters, and they were going to see us as liberators, sounding a whole lot like Donald Rumsfeld right before the invasion of Iraq. They'll see us as liberators. I think Dick Cheney said some shit like that as well. They'll see us as liberators. They said the same shit when we went into Iran. The protesters will see us as liberators. How the hell are they going to see us as liberators when you're threatening to kill their whole civilization in one day? Biggest strike since World War II. We're going to bomb desalination plants so they don't have water. You don't think they know we put Cuba in the dark? Took the leadership from Venezuela? Threatened to bomb Greenland? You think they trust us? You think any fucking body do at this point? NATO is an ally, and we told them that. We told Greenland that with NATO being an ally. Just the other day, Trump's threatened to bomb the shit out of Oman. How the hell is he not coming across looking like a crazy man at this point? How the hell is that not happening? So who's going to make a deal with the United States based on all of that? That's all in 2 years, folks. Less than 2 years. It's about 1 year and 3/4 of a year. Trump has not even been in office for 2 years. Everything I just told you has happened in that short period of time. Kind of comes across like a crazy man. All of those countries in that short period of time. Why would you make a deal with that nation? They're threatening to kill their own allies. Here we are. I'm speaking on behalf of Tehran. Here we are trying to have a conversation with you through the nation of Oman, and now you're threatening to kill them too. How the hell would you make a deal with that guy? He comes across as a crazy man. You need a General Milley at this point. Somebody to go through the back channels and let them know this ain't going, you don't have to worry about this getting out of hand. We don't have that right now. We do not have that right now. We look like we're being governed by somebody that's crazy, threatening to kill allies and take over allied countries. In the comments, I see somebody's giving me the fuck you sign. Top of the line is giving me the middle finger and calling me a clown. Good evening, top of the line. In the comments, that was a lot of self-rights shit from a party who does I don't get what you're saying they're conservative, but you do say, and all that stuff you're talking about came from the Democrat Party, not the Republicans. Okay, so you must be talking about something I said earlier, because what we're talking about now is uniquely Trump. This ain't even Republican shit, what he's doing. It's him. And when they go after Trump, I will be on your platform saying our groceries and gas is cheaper. I don't know if it will be, though. I mean, if the Democrats get in there and they're trying to impeach Trump, I don't know if it's going to automatically bring down the price of gas and groceries. It hasn't happened now, so who knows? But if it does, I get it. Tap the screen. I'll go to the next caller. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. Real quick here. Tap the screen. Get us on up to 100 and something. You guys have been showing the program some love. Thank you. In the comments, you, the boss, love you. Gotta go. My girlfriend is coming. Mr. T2, I don't want to hold you up from that, but I do appreciate you hanging out with me until. Real quick also, in regards to my last caller, had me asked me to look up this information, and it came in the form of a super chat, so I'm gonna certainly do this. The person's name is Atifa Sahala, something like that. I'm not gonna be able to pronounce this individual, but it does say she was an Iranian girl from the town of, and it's a town in Iran, some province, who was executed a week after being sentenced to death by, and they got the name of the person who's the head of some court, on charges of adultery, crimes against chastity, and repeatedly being raped. There's a couple things I'll say on this. First of all, it's awful. There's no defending it, but I don't. They got the person's name who sentenced her to death. Is this on behalf of the Iranians, or it could be some local government official doing this shit to cover up something? It's hard to say. I mean, because they got this individual's name, and she was born in 87 and died in 04. So, I mean, this was a fairly young person. But first of all, let me make it clear. Let me make one statement. If we're going to point this out, the fact that they got this person's name that was abused and executed, and the story is 22 years ago, happened in 2004, August 15th. So, you know, almost to the day, 22 years and a few days. The fact that the only story they're coming up is 22 years, first thing this should show you, this doesn't happen that often even in Iran. I mean, this is what you're coming up with. It's kind of like the Lincoln Riley story. Illegal immigrants are coming over here and they're raping and murdering people. Okay, you should have a lot more stories than just Lincoln Riley at this point. If you're only coming up with, then obviously this ain't happening very often, because you certainly would put this in the news every time it happens. This isn't happening that much, even though the one time, as they often say, is too much. But the fact that the story that they're bringing up is 22 years old makes it clear this isn't commonplace, probably even in Iran. That it's down to the point where they actually know the girl's name. So it is what it is. But there's no way, as you heard me ask the device, this doesn't happen in all Islamic countries. This is an extreme situation, extreme outcome, an extreme atrocity that looks like it's probably damn near a one-off, and they're trying to make it sound like any Islamic country on the continent is doing this. I don't know. I'll just leave it at that. I do believe if it was happening more often, there would be more names. That's all I'm saying. Was it happening in Afghanistan? We occupied Afghanistan for quite a while. We were in Iraq for quite a while. I wasn't hearing stories like this coming out of Iraq or Afghanistan. Those are Muslim countries. You weren't hearing about that. Now, I know Afghanistan treats women like shit. It really, all Islamic countries, the ones that we deal with, are not very favorable to women. It just any far right country is not going to treat women and minorities well. That's just part of being on the far right, which is kind of why I kind of wonder why they're saying Mamdani as a socialist is going to do all this stuff, because socialism is left. The far right is when you start taking away people like minorities' rights and women's rights and it becomes primarily a religious majority male driven society. So I don't know where they're getting that from. But anyway, looking in the comments, sounds like Trump files shit. In the comments, I want to make sure I didn't miss anything other than top of the line giving me the middle finger. You can be okay with somebody you don't know telling what is good for you. I'll take care of myself. In America, you got people that you don't know that are telling you what is good. I mean, that's just part of government. Nope, they're not going to impeach, just lock him out of the cash drawer. Well, they may need to take some of the cash back from him, because Trump is insane. Trump has gotten insanely wealthy as president. He's gotten insanely wealthy. He's made a lot of money. Going back to the box, Mr. Magic, no left, no right, just a system built to rule and divide Americans. There's always going to be somebody left. Mr. Magic, good evening.
What's up, Tim?
Not much at all. Good to have you on. What brings you up this evening?
They're Muslims. Just talking about the Muslims. I'm here in Detroit, man. The Muslims ain't dope. We don't even see Muslims, man.
How close are you to Dearborn?
Detroit butts right up against Dearborn. You can't be in Detroit and not be near Dearborn. So
you're not hearing the prayer horns going off in the morning and all that shit.
They do that. Now they do. I don't live that close. I don't really live close enough to hear the call of the prayer. But I've been in Dearborn and when they have the call of the prayer, and I said, but it's all Muslims. It ain't nobody else there. So if you're saying something's wrong with it, what's wrong with it? I mean, ain't nobody else there but them. So what's wrong with them having their call of the prayer? I mean, it's, you know, and then you know who was there before them?
Who?
Before they moved in there? You know who was in there?
Was it us?
No, them evil ass white people.
Why would you say they evil? Come on now, that sounds racist.
Hold on. No, you call it racist. You call it. Dearborn was known. If you know, Dinkel know, because I listen to Dinkel. And plus, before I say anymore, you know, I've been listening to your show for a long time, man.
Thank you.
And this is the first time I ever talked on a live before, ever.
Wow.
Just for I go. So I'm giving you grace here.
Don't be a stranger. You can come on back anytime. Thank you. Keep going.
Okay, but no, they had a mayor, they had a white mayor. I mean, they used to destroy Detroit, Dearborn. Dearborn was known through the 60s and 70s for white
kind of that 8 mile type shit.
8 Mile, no, 8 Mile is cool. 8 Mile.
No, I'm saying that they have a history of dividing the town in half or something.
Oh, definitely. Detroit is divided just like that. Yeah, you know, all over. 8 Mile is divided, but Dearborn was devils. I mean, Dearborn was known for like racism. I mean, you know, I'm a little older than you, and most of the people probably on the program, but they were known for that. I mean, they just was known for it. So the Muslims and Arabs are a blessing over there. They ain't doing nothing.
So the Muslims are actually better than the white people, white Americans.
They definitely better. They definitely better. And
you know,
and not only that.
It's interesting you said it because there are posts all over social media on left-wing platforms, of course, of people saying that I would rather be next to live next door to a trans or next door to a Muslim than a white MAGA member. People are posting that shit all over the internet.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. I guess I don't really get into it. I don't deal with MAGA. I can't deal with MAGA. I mean, I just can't deal with them.
We love MAGA. MAGA's fun. We like MAGA.
You love MAGA because MAGA's good for you. But
I like MAGA. I wish I could get more of them.
I don't. I could see me in what's his name? MAGA Reacts. I kick that motherfucker's ass all day, every day.
You guys just have a difference of opinion. That's all.
Yeah, okay. It's one hell of a difference, too. I mean, one hell of a difference.
Oh my God.
Talking about Sharia law. Sharia law, them people ain't doing that. They was a lot better than them white folks who was in Dearborn before because in the 60s when we had these riots in Detroit, you know, and they were legitimate riots. Now the whole country had riots for the same reason.
I mean, you raise a good point. As an African American, I've never heard of any African American complaining about having issues going through a Muslim neighborhood, but white neighborhoods, the complaints are legion.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, they cop cars used to just sit out on Michigan Avenue. They would just sit there. And you drive by that bad boy, they pulling you over. They undressing you, man, sticking their finger up your butt. And I mean, they was just vulgar, man. They were just vulgar.
Yeah, we had that in Chicago, over near where the White Sox play. I forgot the name of the area, Bridgeport. Right near when you left Comiskey, what used to be named Comiskey Park. I don't know what the stadium now is called, but where the White Sox play their games, the subway's like right next to it, and you cannot go behind that stadium in that neighborhood because it was all like what you're talking about, very similar to that, you know, a racist area. I mean, in Chicago it was like that for years. So I mean, yeah, it has been like that.
Yeah, it's definitely like that. So all that Sharia law stuff, I ain't gonna say I'd rather have Sharia law.
No, I don't want that either.
I was gonna say, now I don't deal with MAGA, and I don't deal with no Sharia law either. So I put them both in the same category. But
I want what the founding fathers intended. I just want it to be given to all. That's good enough. Right. What the founding fathers wrote, the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, that's actually good if you actually do it equally for everybody.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, because it was MAGA.
You sound like something gangster grandma would say. In the comments, Godmind says, go Democrats 26 through 28, Democrat for president. Well, the Democrats do not have a leader right now. But then again, neither do the Republicans. I mean, everybody keeps saying Trump 2028. He'll be 83, so you can't be Father Time. Plus, right now, with the way the country's going, I don't even think Trump would come close to having the votes. So even if he could alter the Constitution, he don't have the votes to win in 2028. But Father Time ain't gonna vote for him either. So neither side has a leader right now.
Right, neither side. And I did vote for the Michigan guy to get the Arab guy in Michigan. I voted for him.
You voted for Abdul what is it, Saeed?
Yeah, but I did, because he's talking the stuff I want to hear. I mean, he's talking good stuff. I mean, really.
Give me some examples. Give me some greatest hits.
Well, okay, he's talking about health care for everybody. You know, now, you know, I got people. Now, let's stick on the healthcare thing for a minute. Now, I got people who, I'm a general contractor. Mm-hmm. So, you know, I know guys who make good money and they work.
Are you 1099?
Well, I'm not 1099.
Because they don't have health care at all. What I'm asking, because all 1099 employees don't have health care at all.
I 1099 my workers. I 1099 all my workers.
So they need health care.
They need health care, and I do too. Shoot, I mean, I'm just saying we all need it. Yeah. I know guys. My point was, I know guys who make good money, you know, like in their working life. And like, let's say, let me just go use a figure just so we can kind of get a feel for what I'm saying. Like, say they profited, maybe it was worth $2 million, and they worked. I mean, worked for 40 years, right? Get sick, man, and all of it goes. Ooh. All of it goes. You know what I'm trying to say? That you didn't work that hard. Think about that. That's bad. You didn't work that hard. You know what I mean? That's very successful. You've been there. That's the American dream, right? You get sick, or one person in your family gets sick, and all of it goes. Mm. All of it goes. And I don't mean, 20 years, 10 years. I mean, it's in a year. Yeah. That kind of money goes, if you really... Yeah. So you didn't work 40 years, you didn't put in 40, get sick for one, and then you unemployed. I mean, you on the streets.
That's terrible.
That's one thing. That's one thing I voted for him for. I just wouldn't want.
Listen. I don't know why our country is so against making sure Americans all have health care, but I've heard rumors that is steeped in racism. I've heard rumors that a lot of entitlements were available until everybody became equal and had access to it. And suddenly people didn't want their money going to it. I don't know if that's valid or not, but they make it sound like stuff like college and all of that shit used to be available to all people. But once, minorities and stuff gained equality and was able to go to this stuff, people didn't want their money going to help them.
They didn't want to help them. But that was a lot of stuff. The GI Bill. I mean, it's some evil white people. Now, I know you're going to say I sound like gangster. I ain't as bad as gangster. But they evil. I mean, they evil, man. I hear them on your show.
You gotta have some. There's a lot of white people out there that are very nice.
I ain't saying they all. I ain't gonna say they all. I will not say they all. But the men, I don't deal with white men. I won't hire them.
Now you're being absolutely racist. You won't hire white men. Now you're being racist.
No, I won't hire them. If let's say if everything was equal, let's say if the two people came in my office, let's say a Arab came in my office and a white guy came in my office, and everything was equal. Let's say I hired Arab. But you gotta understand this Detroit, man. It's tight around here, man. White folks is wild. They wild.
You're talking like Jamal Kirk. Sound like Charlie Kirk in reverse. What are you, Jamal Kirk? You can't talk like that. That not only is that's illegal too, but you sounded like a racist, man.
If I got on the airplane and seen a white man on there, I'm going to get off. I want to get off. I want to get off. I don't like him.
God. Oh, Lord.
I don't like him. I don't trust him.
Oh, Lord. All right. I'm going to leave that one alone. You get...
But you know what though? You know what? You know how somebody say, well, but they beat me into this. I've been beat to this mold. It ain't like I woke up and was just saying it. I've been beat down my whole life, man. In Detroit, when I was a kid, we used to have a big four, all white police, and it's in a city that's 85% black. And it used to be Big Four. And it used to ride around. And I heard Dinkale talking about it. So Dinkale, he used to live in Detroit, but I mean, there wasn't no room to put you in the car. It was four big old white men. So they just beat your ass, man. They just pull you over. Right. Let's say you was just walking down the street with a radio. I don't know what to say. They would just jump out the car and whoop your ass, man. I mean, I'm just saying. For you probably say, well, what did I do? You ain't do nothing. You didn't do what they wanted you to do. That was good enough.
Yeah, I'm curious. How? Because you said you're in your 60s.
I'm in my 60s. I'm 68.
Yeah, I'll explain it when I on the other side, but I can understand where you're going. Because I'll just say it like this. I often bring up my late grandfather, who was a World War II vet, and he passed away, God rest his soul, in '99, and he died still hating the Japanese because that's who he fought against in World War II, and that's who was trying to kill him. And I bring up folks like him, or even folks like Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton, that people say they see race and everything. Well, when you think about all the millions of death threats and what they got locked up and all that, people who went through that stuff, like what you're talking about, we don't give them the leeway of understanding that you can have racist PTSD. Like anybody that fought in the Iraq War, if they don't like, they're in Fallujah or they're in Afghanistan, they're in Kabul, we would understand any GI that does not like Afghanis or does not like Iraqis for what they went through. But for some reason, when we talk about the African American community, and there are a lot of people your age and older that got their ass beat, raped, robbed, all that, we don't understand why they would have PTSD for what they went through. Some folks who went through, some people locked up for shit they didn't do, folks taking a long way home because they're scared of the Klan or they're scared of some group. I mean, we understand it with the GIs for what they went through. But when we talk about the African American community who went through real, genuine threats, we don't understand it with them. So like some of the stuff you're saying, I'm young enough that fortunately I didn't go through what you're talking about, so I don't have the same mindset you do, but I'm sure I would if I could recall some of the shit you're saying. Just like a lot of white folks can watch TV. They can watch Fox News and get PTSD from black folks. Black fatigue. You ain't even got your ass kicked. You're watching it on TV and you've developed an opinion. Imagine if you had to actually go through it. So I don't understand. I think folks are just misjudging it.
That's all they doing. They don't, like I say, I've been whipped into shape like this. It ain't like I just woke up one morning and just said I'm gonna be this way. No, man, this is cruelty, man, especially Dearborn. If you can look at the history of Dearborn, everybody talking about the Muslims in Dearborn. Look who was there before the Muslims came. See if you can ask your thing that.
I mean, I've heard the story, so I already kind of know. I mean, we weren't exactly friendly to Muslims most of our history, so it kind of makes sense.
There's a bunch of wild, crazy white folks, and that's what they were wild. They wild. And they can sit there and talk, they can tell you, oh, well, black folks, black people don't do nothing. We don't do nothing but take white people's shit. That's all we do. That's all we do. So I'm tired of it. I'm too old for it. I'm too old for it.
Hopefully we don't go back in time to that era. I got to move it on. Certainly do not be a stranger. It's a good call. You can come on back anytime, man. Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it. And I listen, I know some of my folks, particularly my beloved MAGA, are probably listening to the shit I just said with rolled eyes, but fact is, anybody that go through some shit, we generally can understand how it affects them. But with the African American community, we do not give them that same leeway. Because like I mentioned, Jesse Jackson, I mean, Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton get criticized all the time as being race baiters and race hustlers. Can you imagine anybody going through the amount of legitimate racism that those two have went through and not seeing race in everything? Both of those dudes, I would tell you that the late Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton, who's still alive, both of those dudes have probably gotten over 1 million death threats each. Both of them have. Jackson was standing next to Martin Luther King when he got killed. You think you would be kumbaya after going through all of that? I'm not saying it's right or I favor seeing racism in any and everything, but I can certainly understand it. Just like I don't vote right, but I can understand what a lot of things the right stands for. I can see how anybody who went through all the shit they went through would have that opinion. As I stated, there are people who have an adverse opinion towards African Americans and they ain't even dealing with them. They just seeing stuff on TV or reading the paper and they got an adverse attitude towards African Americans. Imagine if you're walking down the street and they're always fucking with you, pulling you over as he's talking about getting beaten by law enforcement for no reason. Imagine if that was happening. So I don't think we give them the same African American, me being African American, I'm saying them because I don't have these stories personally, but I'm saying we don't give folks, certainly like my last caller who's in his late 60s. He actually did come through some of that. Civil Rights Act being passed in 64. That means he would have been born before that, just a young child. But, you know, the Civil Rights Act being passed doesn't change hearts and minds overnight. So that means he would have grew up with some of that stuff because you still had folks spitting on kids and stuff in the 70s that didn't want them to integrate schools and things like that. So he would have been in that. I can understand it. I can totally understand it if you're going through that. Now, see in the comments, Docky says that is happening now. Yeah, but not to the level what he's talking about. If you got law enforcement or somebody mistreating you on camera, there is actually things you can get done. They don't have the same, I know we gonna get away with this shit, protections that they would have had in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. If you catch one of them, if you catch a law enforcement mistreating you or doing some shit that's racist to you now, or even a citizen, even if you catch a citizen doing something that is out and out racist to you in 2026, there's a good chance you may be to have something done about it. So I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but you're not able to do that with impunity like you would have maybe when he was a kid. So it's different. Looking in the comments, you are right. There is relief in some instances. Yeah, there's relief in a lot of instances. So it's different. You definitely got to keep it under the cover now. Cops, like, I don't like the fact that ICE are roaming around without body cams on. And now they don't give them these they want to give them these gloves that can shock you when they touch you. They giving that to ICE without making them wear body cams. You know they're going to be using that on people. You know they're going to be using that. Just to see how it works, walk up and find you somebody brown and grab them by the tricep and just shock them. You know they're going to be using that. They are deliberately, intentionally trying not to put body cams on ICE officers. But then when the left starts talking about abolish ICE and defund ICE, they act shocked. You can't let people do that shit. I'm surprised ain't nobody went postal on them. Anyway, Andy mask to cover their face. The mask is another one. There is no legitimate excuse to let ICE roam around the country wearing masks. Every measure of law enforcement carries dangers with it. SWAT teams, just your typical beat cop. Every form of law enforcement is dangerous. You can't let one form of law enforcement operate with anonymity. Everything about that is wrong to me. And who knows what will happen after the Trump administration is gone, but some heads will roll. Some of them folks will get in trouble. I'm sure there are some legitimate ICE officers that know of corruption or even crimes that illegitimate ICE officers have committed, but don't feel like they currently have whistleblower protection. If you snitch on an ICE officer right now that abused a Hispanic, There's no certainty that Trump may not pardon the guy, because a lot of folks feel like the mistreatment is coming right from the top. But it'll likely come out after the Trump administration is gone. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate 190. Wow. You guys tapped the screen tonight. I appreciate that. 190K, almost 200. Haven't had a 200K live with 200K likes. It's probably been a year. So you guys really, some of you folks, I do want to thank you for the tapping of the screen. It's free, but certainly you help out the algorithm and all of that good shit when you tap the screen like this. So the fact that you guys got it up to 191, wow. I'll read a couple comments since you guys are showing the program some love toward the end. The problem is it always comes back to racism for your party. You have nothing left to offer. No, they got plenty to offer, conservative. Universal health care is huge. Your side ain't offering that. Minimum wage increase and salary increase is huge. Your side ain't offering that. I mean, there's a ton of things that they have other than just bringing it back to racism. Remember, the core complaints for the downtrodden and people at the lower end of the socioeconomic end of the scale are not being addressed by President Trump. Your side is not addressing any of that stuff. You don't hear Trump talking about healthcare really at all. He's talking about, how great the ballroom's going to look. So they don't, it ain't just, I understand racism comes up. It's going to come up from the left rather, because the left has so many different entities involved in it. The right is just, for the most part, just white people. It's mostly a white party. So you're not going to have the racism claims as much as Muslims and trans. You guys are, with all of those groups you're saying that are harmful to the country, they're speaking up. You're saying that the trans are hurting kids? The immigrants are raping and murdering people. The African Americans are burning down cities. They're crying out racism because they're claiming they're not doing that stuff. That's where you're hearing it from. Your side is crying. You're crying replacement theory. So everybody's somewhat claiming to be a victim. Every time you put a microphone in front of President Trump's face, he's claiming to be being victimized by something. They stole the election. They wiretapped my office. They did this. They did that. Russia. He does it. You guys are okay with victimhood. You just want it on your side. The left is all white. No, the right is all white, not the left. The right is all white, which makes it a lot easier to be a Republican politician than a Democrat politician. Because as a Republican politician, all you do is have to cater to the desires and wants of white people. If you're a Democrat politician, you got the Muslims want a seat at the table, the LGBTQ want a seat at the table, black people want a seat at the table, Hispanics and immigrants want a seat. You got to address all of their needs. And that's a lot harder to do because a lot of their needs clash with each other. The Republican Party, which does have a few members that are non-white, but when you listen to them, for the most part, they're asking for the same shit. You listen to Tim Scott or Byron Donalds, write what they are concerned with on paper. There's no way to know that came from anybody but a white man. Everything that Byron Donalds is going to tell you, the police, 99% of them are good and they want to get on there. He's not going to sound like anything but a white guy, just like Officer Tatum. Officer Tatum is going to be telling you how, Kyle Rittenhouse was justified and Sandra Bland deserved it. Or Sandra Massey deserved. He's going to sound just like them. So the non-whites in the conservative party, they pretty much want the same stuff the white people do. It's pretty easy to be a Republican politician when you only got to cater to one group. Whereas the Democrats have a much harder job ahead of them. 200,000. Wow. I feel good tonight. Thank you, folks, for tapping the screen. Great show, says God Mine. Thank you. Great audience. You guys were an awesome crowd tonight. Better than most. It's your boy, Tim, the handsome liberal. I will certainly see you folks tomorrow. If you enjoyed the show, as always, follow the program. If you're watching on Substack, Instagram, TikTok, or Clapper, you happen to be watching on YouTube, give your guy a sub. You guys take care. I'm going to give me something to eat. I'm out. Holla. Got to be able to turn it off, though, for it to make it work, huh?